Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. Working the overnight shift at Quick Stop Convenience wasn't anyone's first choice, but the pay was decent, and honestly, I needed the money. It wasn't glamorous, but it suited me, quiet, predictable, and rarely eventful. The store sat on a forgotten stretch of road on the outskirts of town. The only regular customers were truckers passing through, occasional college kids fueling up before heading home, or locals grabbing late-night snacks. Usually, I'd spend my shift flipping through magazines or scrolling mindlessly through my phone. But tonight felt different right from the start. It wasn't something I could immediately explain, just a slight unease that made the fluorescent lights seem harsher, the hum of refrigerators louder, and the empty aisles lonelier than usual. It was nearing midnight, and the store had been empty for over an hour when I first noticed the car. I was wiping down the coffee counter, yawning and glancing toward the clock, when my eyes caught sight of headlights pulling into the lot across the street. At first, I assumed it was just someone stopping to check directions or take a call. They parked with their engine off, the lights quickly dimming into darkness. Through the window, I could just barely make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat. It was hard to see clearly. The streetlight outside had been flickering for weeks, and the darkness swallowed everything beyond the store's own parking lot. I tried to shrug it off. People parked there occasionally, maybe they'd stopped for a nap or a break from driving. But as I stocked shelves, my eyes kept drifting back to that car. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and the vehicle remained completely still. The shadowy figure inside never moved as far as I could tell, just sat there, watching. Unease crept slowly into my chest. My coworker, Amber, had told me stories about people acting strange during her shifts. Usually I brushed off her tales as paranoia or boredom, but tonight I suddenly wished I'd paid more attention. I told myself there was nothing to worry about, but my instincts disagreed. By 1 a.m., I was genuinely unsettled. I wanted to call someone, maybe Amber, but it felt silly. What would I even say? That someone parked across the street wasn't doing anything at all, and somehow that was frightening me. Instead, I distracted myself by rearranging candy bars and counting the cash in the register for the third time. But no matter what I did, the nagging feeling wouldn't leave. Every few minutes my gaze wandered back to the car, half expecting it to vanish. It never did. The silence inside the store grew unbearable, amplifying every tiny sound, the creaking of floorboards beneath my feet, the quiet buzz of lights, even my own breathing. I turned on some music, choosing something upbeat to drown out the quiet, but it didn't help. My eyes constantly drifted back to the dark figure across the street, now becoming more visible as my vision adjusted. The driver just sat there, a vague shape barely illuminated by the dashboard glow. Finally, at around 2 a.m., I convinced myself to go outside. Maybe confronting the situation would relieve some of my anxiety. I stepped out cautiously into the cool night air, pulling my jacket tightly around me as I glanced across the road. The car was parked at an odd angle, its dark paint blending with the night. I couldn't see a license plate clearly, and there was no sound coming from it. Taking a breath, I called out tentatively, "Hey, do you need anything?" Silence answered me. My pulse quickened, and I felt incredibly exposed standing under the fluorescent store lights. I took another step forward, shouting a bit louder this time, "If you need directions, I can help." Still nothing. But then, ever so slightly, the shadow inside shifted. My heart jumped. They knew I was there. They could clearly see me, but they weren't responding. Why weren't they responding? Fear clawed at my throat, and I quickly retreated back inside, locking the door behind me. Once back at the counter, I realized my hands were shaking. Determined to calm down, I took deep breaths and convinced myself I was being ridiculous. People did strange things at night all the time. It didn't mean anything. Even so, I found myself pulling the phone closer just in case. Around 3 a.m., when I glanced up again, my heart stopped. The car's headlights suddenly flicked on, flooding the road with harsh white light. My breathing quickened as the car slowly pulled forward, turning across the street directly toward the store. I stood frozen, gripping the counter, unable to look away as the car crept closer, its headlights glaring through the store window, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the car had stopped right in front of the entrance, the engine idling softly. I could see the driver clearly now, a man in his early 30s, dark hair, pale skin. He didn't move, didn't get out, just sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead. But then, as though sensing my gaze, he slowly turned his head toward me. We stared at each other through the glass for what felt like an eternity. He looked ordinary enough, clean-shaven, neatly dressed, yet his eyes held something else, something unsettling. They were wide, unblinking, focused entirely on me. I felt a cold wave of dread crawl down my spine. Without thinking, I reached for the phone and dialed 911, keeping my eyes fixed on him. A dispatcher answered, and I quickly explained my situation, my voice shaking embarrassingly. The operator assured me an officer was nearby and would arrive within minutes. As soon as I hung up, the man in the car shifted slightly, as if realizing I'd called someone. Without breaking eye contact, he suddenly smiled, a slow, deliberate, knowing smile that made my stomach churn. Then abruptly, he turned away, put the car into gear, and pulled out slowly onto the road, disappearing into the darkness just as the police cruiser rounded the corner, its lights flashing reassuringly. My knees felt weak as the officer walked inside, glancing around the empty store with mild confusion. I explained everything, embarrassed by how trivial it sounded now. The officer nodded patiently, took notes, and walked around outside to check the lot. Returning, he shrugged apologetically. "No sign of him now," he said gently. "Probably just some weirdo passing through. Happens sometimes out here. Call us back if he returns." I nodded, thanking him as he left, but after he drove away, the silence felt worse than before. The image of the man's face stayed with me, His unsettling smile burned into my mind. The night wore on slowly, painfully. Every passing minute felt longer than the last. By the time morning finally arrived, I felt drained and paranoid, jumping at every noise. When Amber arrived to relieve me, I told her the story, expecting skepticism. Instead, she looked worried. "You should be careful," she said softly. "Sometimes they come back." I drove home in silence, Amber's words echoing in my mind, mixing with the stranger's smile. My gut told me this wasn't over yet. And as much as I wanted to dismiss my fear, a deeper instinct warned me Amber might be right. Because sometimes they do come back. The following night, I arrived at the quick-stop convenience store with a lingering sense of unease. The events of the previous shift had left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the image of the man in the car. His unsettling smile etched into my memory. Amber's warning echoed in my mind. Sometimes they come back. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar chime sounded, and the fluorescent lights flickered to life. The store appeared as it always did, rows of neatly stocked shelves, the hum of the refrigerators, and the faint aroma of stale coffee. Yet an undercurrent of tension made everything feel slightly off-kilter. Determined to maintain a sense of normalcy, I busied myself with routine tasks, restocking shelves, checking expiration dates, and tidying the counter. Despite my efforts, I found myself glancing toward the windows every few minutes, half expecting to see the mysterious car parked across the street. Hours passed without incident. The usual trickle of late-night customers came and went, a trucker grabbing a cup of coffee, a teenager purchasing snacks, an elderly man buying a newspaper. Each interaction was brief and uneventful, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around 2 a.m., as I was wiping down the coffee station, the bell above the door jingled. I looked up, expecting another customer, but the store was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped from behind the counter to inspect the entrance. The door was slightly ajar, swaying gently as if someone had just passed through. I stepped outside, scanning the parking lot and the road beyond. The street was deserted, save for the occasional flicker of the faulty streetlight. The mysterious car was nowhere in sight. I shivered, attributing the open door to a gust of wind or perhaps a faulty latch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been there. Returning inside, I locked the door firmly behind me and resolved to stay vigilant. I checked the security cameras, but the grainy footage revealed nothing unusual. The rest of the night passed slowly, each creak and groan of the building amplified by my heightened senses. As dawn approached and my shift neared its end, I felt a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I told myself that the previous night's events had been a fluke, a one-time occurrence that wouldn't repeat. Yet deep down, I couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that this was just the beginning. Over the next few shifts, the sense of unease persisted. Though the mysterious car didn't reappear, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, and the store's once comforting hum now felt oppressive. I found myself jumping at the slightest sound, my nerves frayed from sleepless nights and constant vigilance. One evening, as I was organizing the cigarette display behind the counter, the phone rang. I picked up, expecting a customer inquiry or perhaps a call from Amber. Instead, there was silence on the other end. I listened intently, straining to hear any background noise, but there was nothing, just an eerie, suffocating silence. "Hello?" I said cautiously. "Is anyone there?" Still, no response. I was about to hang up when I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. The words were indistinct, but the tone was chilling, sending a jolt of fear through me. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice wavering. The whispering ceased, replaced by the abrupt click of the call disconnecting. I stood there, the receiver still pressed to my ear, heart pounding. The rational part of my mind told me it was likely a prank call, but deep down, I knew better. Determined not to let fear consume me, I tried to focus on my tasks. Yet, as the night wore on, the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The store's fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting unsettling shadows that danced along the walls. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to grow louder, almost as if they were whispering just beyond the edge of hearing. Around 3:30 a.m., as I was restocking the refrigerated section, I heard a soft tapping on the glass. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. Slowly I turned toward the source of the sound. There, pressed against the glass of the front window, was a handprint, pale and distinct. Beyond the glass, the parking lot was empty. A surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. I grabbed the nearest object, a metal mop handle, and approached the window cautiously. The handprint was still there, stark against the glass. I scanned the area outside, but there was no sign of anyone. I locked the door, double-checking it this time, and retreated behind the counter. My hands trembled as I gripped the mop handle, my eyes darting around the store, searching for any sign of movement. The minutes dragged on, each one stretching into eternity. Just as I began to convince myself that I was overreacting, the power went out. The store was plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the emergency exit sign. The hum of the refrigerators ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to navigate. The beam cut through the darkness, casting elongated shadows that seemed to shift and move. I made my way to the back room, where the circuit breaker was located. As I reached for the breaker, I heard a low, guttural whisper emanating from the darkness behind me. The whisper froze me in place, my hand trembling as it hovered over the circuit breaker. The darkness pressed in around me, thick and suffocating, making each breath feel harder than the last. I strained to listen, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Had I really heard something, or was my imagination spiraling out of control? I stood there, motionless, afraid even to breathe too loudly. Silence returned, heavy and oppressive. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the whisper was just a trick my exhausted mind played on me. Carefully, I flipped the main switch on the breaker panel, holding my breath as the lights flickered back to life. The store returned to its familiar hum and glow, momentarily banishing the darkness. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself everything was fine. Yet the relief didn't last long. Returning to the main store area, I saw something that made my stomach tighten with dread. The front door was wide open, swinging slightly on its hinges. Panic surged through me. I was sure I'd locked it, I remembered clearly, pulling the bolt into place after seeing that eerie handprint on the window. Rushing forward, I closed and bolted the door once more, my hands shaking as I secured the lock. I peered outside into the empty parking lot, my pulse racing. The street remained deserted, the faulty street lamp flickering ominously across the road. Nothing looked out of place, yet the air felt charged with tension, as if someone had just been standing there moments ago. I retreated behind the counter, desperately trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe the lock was faulty. Maybe I'd imagined the whisper and the handprint. Sleep deprivation could do strange things to the mind, but deep down, I knew better. Something was wrong, horribly wrong, and my gut told me this was far from over. The rest of the shift crawled by painfully slow. Every few minutes I checked the doors and windows, triple-checked the locks, and jumped at every minor sound. When the morning sunlight finally broke through the windows, I nearly cried with relief. When Amber arrived to relieve me, she took one look at my pale face and wide eyes, and her expression filled with concern. "What happened to you?" she asked softly, her voice hesitant. I recounted everything: the power outage, the open door, the whisper in the darkness. As I spoke, Amber's expression grew more and more troubled. She didn't dismiss me this time, didn't offer easy reassurances. Instead, she seemed genuinely scared. "You should report this," she said firmly. "Talk to the manager or call the cops again. Something isn't right here." I agreed quietly, though a part of me feared the police would again dismiss me as paranoid. I drove home in silence, dread weighing heavily on my shoulders. At home, sleep came in restless, fitful bursts. I dreamt of dark figures, disembodied whispers, and a faceless man standing silently across the road, watching my every move. When I awoke in the late afternoon, I felt even more exhausted than before. Anxiety had firmly embedded itself in my chest, making each moment feel strained. But I couldn't afford to miss a shift, and I knew I'd have to return to that store, back into the heart of whatever was happening. As night fell once more, dread churned my stomach. I parked in front of the store, hesitating before stepping out into the dark parking lot. The air felt heavier tonight, thick with foreboding. Glancing across the street, my heart lurched. The same car from the other night sat parked exactly where it had before, lights off, engine silent, just waiting. I hurried inside, locking the door immediately behind me. I took a deep breath, my eyes never leaving that car. Time slowed to a crawl, each minute stretching painfully as the car remained motionless, its occupant hidden in shadow. Around midnight, I finally decided to call the police again. As I dialed the number, my hands trembled slightly. A dispatcher answered, and I described the situation as calmly as possible. "We'll send someone to check it out," she assured me gently. "Just stay inside and keep your doors locked." Minutes passed slowly. I stood by the window, watching the car, my stomach twisted with apprehension. Finally, a police cruiser pulled into the lot, stopping briefly in front of the store before approaching the mysterious car across the road. I watched intently as the officer stepped out, flashlight in hand, and approached the vehicle carefully. He shone the beam into the windows, circled the car several times, then looked back toward the store, shrugging slightly. My heart sank. The officer returned to his cruiser and drove slowly over to me, stepping inside the store moments later. "Nobody inside," he said, shaking his head slightly. "The car's empty." "That's impossible," I protested. "I've been watching it the whole time. It never moved. Someone was inside. They must have slipped away." The officer sighed gently. "I believe you, but there's nobody there now. I'll run the plates and see if anything comes up, but unless someone actually threatens or approaches you, there's not much more we can do." After he left, my sense of safety vanished entirely. I was on my own again, trapped in this brightly lit store, surrounded by darkness and unanswered questions. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move unnaturally. Just past 2 a.m., as fatigue began to set in, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened as I glanced down at an unknown number flashing on the screen. Hesitantly, I answered, heart pounding. "Hello?" Silence greeted me again, just like before. Then faintly, I heard breathing, slow and deliberate. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. A low chuckle crackled through the line, sending chills down my spine. Then a voice, soft, male, calm, spoke gently. "You already know who this is," the voice whispered. "We've met before, haven't we?" Panic surged through me. "Leave me alone," I snapped, voice rising with fear. "I'll call the police." "They won't help," he whispered calmly. "You know that already." "Why are you doing this?" I asked desperately, gripping the counter to steady myself. Another low laugh, quiet and mocking. "Because I can. Because no one's going to stop me. Because we're alone here." Then abruptly, the line went dead. I stood frozen, the phone slipping from my hand onto the counter. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps. He was toying with me, tormenting me. And worst of all, he was right, the police couldn't help. The rest of the shift passed in a blur of terror and paranoia. When dawn finally arrived, I was barely holding myself together. Amber arrived early, concern etched deeply into her face. "You're done here," she said firmly after hearing my story. "Quit, leave town, do whatever you have to do. Just don't come back." But leaving felt impossible. This man, whoever he was, knew me now. He had targeted me, personally, deliberately. Running felt useless, yet staying felt terrifying. As I walked out into the morning sunlight, I glanced across the street, half expecting to see the car still parked there. But it was gone, vanished like a nightmare. Still, I felt eyes watching me from somewhere hidden, waiting patiently for night to fall once more. The next few days blurred together into one continuous loop of anxiety. Even during daylight hours, I felt a shadow hovering just out of sight. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the quiet, mocking voice on the phone echoed through my head. My nerves were frayed, and every noise startled me. I'd taken Amber's advice and spoken with my manager, Carl, about quitting. He'd barely seemed to notice my distress, shrugging off my complaints as paranoia born from night shifts. "You're tired," he'd said dismissively. "Give it another week. If things don't improve, then we'll talk about it." Another week felt impossible, but I needed the paycheck. I briefly considered packing up and leaving town entirely, but something inside me resisted the idea of running. It felt unfair. Why should I abandon my life because of one man's twisted game? On my first night back at the store after those terrifying phone calls, I arrived early. Amber lingered a bit after her shift, trying to reassure me, even offering to stay later. But I didn't want to drag her into this. Whatever was happening felt personal, isolated, targeted at me specifically. After Amber reluctantly left, I locked the doors immediately and checked the locks repeatedly. I glanced nervously at the security cameras, their grainy images flickering softly on the old monitor behind the counter. Everything seemed normal, empty, quiet, but it was precisely that silence that unsettled me the most. Around midnight, the phone rang sharply, startling me out of my anxious thoughts. My pulse raced as I stared at the phone, its shrill ring piercing through the store's quiet hum. My hands trembled, but finally I picked up, holding my breath. "Hello?" I answered, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause on the other end, then the familiar, chilling breathing. "Stop calling me," I snapped, anger mixing with fear. "What do you want?" "You sound tired," he replied calmly, as if ignoring my question entirely. "Not sleeping well." "Leave me alone," I demanded again, trying to sound stronger than I felt. "I could," he said softly, "but where's the fun in that? It's just us here, you and me. Nobody's coming to help." "Who are you?" I asked desperately, trying to understand. "Why are you doing this?" There was a quiet, unsettling laugh on the other end. "You don't remember me, do you?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused and terrified. "Think hard," he said coldly. "We've crossed paths before." Before I could respond, the line went dead. My breath came in rapid, panicked gasps. His words made no sense. I had no idea who this person could be. But he clearly knew me, my name, my job, even the fact I hadn't been sleeping. I called the police again, determined not to be brushed off this time. When the officer arrived 20 minutes later, I explained everything again, including the phone calls and threats. The officer listened patiently, jotting notes but seeming unconvinced. "Listen," he said finally, "I can see you're upset, and we'll monitor this location more closely. But there's no concrete threat here, no physical evidence. It's possible someone's just harassing you. I'd suggest changing your number or taking a few days off." His casual dismissal of my fears frustrated me, but I thanked him anyway. He left, promising they'd keep an eye out, but I knew deep down I was on my own. The night wore on painfully slowly. I kept myself busy with meaningless tasks, straightening shelves, cleaning counters, anything to distract from my fear. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion began to settle heavily over me, and my movements became sluggish. As I wiped down the counter, the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot startled me awake. My heart lurched. The car parked directly in front of the store, headlights illuminating the interior brightly. I froze, unable to move as the driver's door opened slowly. A tall man stepped out, dark jacket, jeans, short hair neatly combed. He stood still for a moment, silhouetted against the headlights, then walked calmly toward the door. Panic flooded through me as I scrambled for my phone. Before I could dial, he gently tapped on the glass, staring directly into my eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Open the door," he said calmly, his voice muffled through the glass. "I just want to talk." I shook my head frantically, backing away from the door, my legs trembling. His smile widened slightly, unsettlingly patient. "I won't hurt you," he said softly. "Just open the door. It'll only take a moment." "I've called the police," I shouted, hoping he'd leave. He laughed quietly, as though I'd told a joke. "They won't get here in time, and even if they did, they'd never catch me." Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes intense, focused. "You really don't remember, do you?" My mind raced desperately. Had I seen this man before? Had we met, spoken, crossed paths? I racked my memory, but nothing came to mind. "3 years ago," he said softly, watching my face carefully. "Think about it." My blood ran cold. 3 years ago I'd worked in another store, a gas station closer to town. Memories flooded back, a robbery attempt one night, a masked man with a knife, screaming at me to open the register. I'd managed to trigger a silent alarm, and police arrived quickly. The robber fled, but they'd caught him a block away. He'd gone to prison. I'd never seen his face clearly beneath the mask. I stared at him, realization dawning painfully. "It was you?" He nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. "You sent me away. 3 years locked in a cage because of you." "You robbed me," I said, my voice trembling with anger. "You had a knife. What did you expect?" He stepped closer, pressing his palm gently against the glass. "I expected you to cooperate, to stay quiet. Instead, you ruined my life." "I did nothing wrong," I insisted weakly, panic gripping my throat. "You made your own choices." "So have you," he replied coldly, "and now I've made mine." He stepped back slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "I'll see you soon," he promised, turning calmly back to his car. I watched helplessly as he drove away, leaving me trembling and terrified. I called the police again, telling them everything. They took my statement seriously this time, promising to look into the man's background and providing a patrol officer to watch the store for the next few nights. But the damage was done. He'd succeeded his threats, his stalking, his mind games, all intended to break me down. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze of anxiety and fear, unsure what my next step should be. When Amber arrived that morning, she took one look at my pale face and hugged me tightly. "You're quitting," she said firmly, "today." I didn't argue. I couldn't handle another night trapped behind that counter, waiting for him to return. But even as I left the store for the last time, escorted by Amber, I knew it wasn't over. He was still out there, waiting, watching, planning. And deep down, I knew our paths would cross again, whether I liked it or not. Leaving the store didn't bring the relief I'd hoped for. In fact, stepping away from that nightly routine only seemed to amplify my anxiety. I'd always assumed my job was the reason he'd targeted me, that once I quit, I'd fade off his radar. But I was wrong. Now, sitting alone in my apartment each night felt infinitely worse. There were no distractions, no customers or tasks to occupy my mind, just silence, paranoia, and a gnawing fear that he'd find me again. The police promised to look into everything, but days passed without any concrete updates. I called frequently, only to be met with vague reassurances. It was clear to me that my stalker knew how to hide himself, knew how to stay just out of reach. Sleep became rare, and when I did drift off, dreams quickly twisted into nightmares, always featuring his calm, taunting voice, whispering threats I couldn't fully understand. After nearly a week of sleepless nights and restless days, I received a call from Detective Carter, who had been assigned to my case. His tone was serious as he informed me they'd identified the man from the surveillance footage at the store. His name was Thomas Reed, and he had an extensive record: armed robbery, assault, harassment. It matched perfectly with my memories of the man who'd robbed me 3 years earlier. Detective Carter explained that after serving his sentence, Thomas Reed had quietly disappeared off their radar. He'd moved around frequently, worked odd jobs, and stayed out of trouble until now. "We think he's been planning this for a while," Carter said carefully. "He seems fixated on revenge, blaming you specifically for his arrest." I swallowed hard, my throat tightening painfully. What can I do? He hesitated, sounding uncomfortable. "Stay vigilant. Don't go out alone, especially at night. If anything happens or you see anything suspicious, call us immediately." It was a warning, but it felt painfully insufficient. I thanked him anyway, hung up, and stared at the walls of my apartment, now feeling more like a prison than a home. Everything around me, the familiar furniture, photographs, and personal belongings, seemed foreign, almost sinister. They were reminders of how vulnerable I truly was. Later that evening, unable to bear the isolation, I invited Amber over. She arrived quickly, clearly sensing the urgency in my voice. Amber was the closest thing I had to family, someone I trusted implicitly, someone who'd seen firsthand the toll this ordeal had taken. We sat quietly on the couch, sipping coffee, both avoiding the topic we couldn't ignore. "I don't know how much longer I can do this," I finally admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "Every sound makes me jump. I don't feel safe anywhere." Amber placed a comforting hand on mine, her eyes full of genuine worry. "Maybe you should leave town for a while," she suggested gently. "Stay with your parents or a friend, somewhere far from here." "I've thought about it," I confessed, voice shaking slightly. "But what if he follows me? What if it doesn't matter where I go?" Amber squeezed my hand tightly. "He's one man," she said firmly. "You can't let him control your life. If leaving gives you peace of mind, even for a little while, then do it." I considered her words carefully. Running felt cowardly, yet staying felt increasingly dangerous. Finally, I nodded slowly. I'll call my parents tomorrow. Maybe a few weeks away is exactly what I need. Amber smiled encouragingly, clearly relieved. She stayed late, keeping me company until exhaustion finally overcame me. When she left, she hugged me tightly, promising to check in first thing tomorrow morning. Alone again, I double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tightly shut, and tried to prepare myself for sleep. As the apartment grew silent around me, my anxiety surged. Despite my exhaustion, sleep felt impossible. Hours passed as I stared at the ceiling, thoughts racing, listening to every creak and rustle outside my window. Just past midnight, my phone vibrated. I froze, heart pounding as I checked the caller ID. Unknown number. Trembling, I answered, already knowing exactly who it was. Planning to run away again? Thomas's voice was calm, almost conversational, yet filled with thinly veiled threat. "Leave me alone," I snapped, struggling to sound brave. "It's over." He laughed softly, chillingly. "Oh, it's far from over," he whispered. "You ruined my life. Did you really think I'd let you just walk away?" "I didn't ruin anything," I argued desperately. "You made your own choices." "Maybe," he replied smoothly, "but you sealed my fate when you called the cops. Now, it's your turn to pay." "Please," I pleaded, my voice shaking. "Just stop this. Leave me alone. I'm sorry for whatever happened. Just leave me alone." He paused, the silence stretching painfully. "No," he finally said quietly. "Sorry won't fix what you took from me. And now I'm going to take something from you." Before I could reply, the call disconnected abruptly. Panic surged through me as I jumped from bed, rushing toward the front door to triple-check the locks again. My hands shook violently as I fumbled with the deadbolt, testing it repeatedly. Minutes ticked by slowly. I stood by the door, listening intently. Nothing seemed out of place, yet fear wouldn't loosen its grip on me. My apartment, once a place of comfort, now felt impossibly unsafe. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a loud, sharp knock on the front door. I stumbled backward, heart racing uncontrollably. The knock repeated again, 3 quick, deliberate raps. Terrified, I grabbed my phone, immediately dialing 911 as I retreated toward the bedroom, locking the door behind me. As the dispatcher picked up, I quickly explained the situation, my voice frantic. "Please hurry," I begged. "He's here." She assured me help was on the way and told me to remain calm and stay hidden. But seconds later, a loud crash echoed through the apartment, the front door splintering open. Thomas was inside. My blood ran cold and I crouched down, hiding behind the bed, desperately listening for any sign of movement. His footsteps echoed softly through the living room, slow and deliberate, heading directly toward my bedroom. He knew exactly where I was. "Come out," he called softly, his voice calm and terrifyingly patient. "There's nowhere to hide now." I remained silent, biting my lip hard enough to draw blood. My breathing came in panicked gasps, my heart feeling like it would explode from my chest. He paused right outside the bedroom door. "Last chance," he said. softer now. This doesn't have to end badly. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, growing louder every second. Relief surged briefly before fear took hold again. Would they get here in time? Thomas seemed to hear them too, letting out a sigh of frustration. "Next time," he said simply, his voice cold. I heard him retreating quickly, his footsteps fading through the apartment and out into the hallway beyond. Moments later, police burst into my apartment, weapons drawn. They found me still hiding, shaking uncontrollably behind my bed. Thomas was long gone, vanished into the night. They promised extra protection, constant patrols, and surveillance around my building, but I knew none of that mattered now. Thomas had made his point clearly. I wasn't safe anywhere, not even in my own home. He would come again, and next time the police might not arrive in time. I sat in the middle of my wrecked apartment, feeling utterly hopeless. Running seemed pointless. Staying seemed suicidal. Thomas had stripped away every sense of safety and control, leaving only fear in his wake. And as the officers gently questioned me again, one thought consumed me entirely. He wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. The aftermath of Thomas breaking into my apartment shattered what little security I had left. The police presence intensified around my building. Every few hours a patrol car would circle the block, its lights briefly illuminating my living room window. Detective Carter insisted I move temporarily to a safer location, offering a place in a motel downtown with constant police surveillance. Reluctantly, I agreed. I packed my things quickly, stuffing essentials into an overnight bag, barely glancing at the apartment I'd once called home. It now felt cold, invaded, permanently stained by fear. As the officer escorted me to the waiting patrol car, Amber ran up to meet me, her expression filled with worry and guilt. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, gripping my hand tightly. "I wish I'd done more." "It's not your fault," I assured her weakly. "This was his doing, not yours." Amber hugged me fiercely before the officer gently guided me into the car. I watched my apartment fade into the distance, silently wondering if I'd ever feel safe again. The motel room was small, plain, and impersonal, exactly what I'd expected. For the next few days, I rarely left the room, subsisting on cheap takeout and caffeine to stay awake. Every sudden sound, every shadow moving past the window sent adrenaline surging through my veins. The phone calls had stopped, but somehow the silence was worse. It meant Thomas was out there somewhere, waiting for the right moment. By the third day, the isolation became unbearable. I needed fresh air, a moment to clear my head. With permission from Detective Carter, who assured me officers would watch closely, I stepped outside into the afternoon sunlight. It felt good to breathe fresh air, to see ordinary people going about their lives. For a few minutes, I allowed myself the illusion of normalcy. But as I walked toward the small cafe across from the motel, my phone vibrated sharply. I glanced down, dread instantly tightening my throat. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Nice day for a walk, isn't it?" My pulse spiked as I spun around, scanning the street desperately. People moved past me, oblivious. Cars drove by casually. I saw nothing suspicious, yet my skin prickled with fear. Another text quickly followed. "You're making this easy for me." I rushed back toward the motel entrance, heart hammering painfully. Detective Carter was waiting for me inside, his face grim as I showed him the messages. "He's close," I whispered, shaking uncontrollably. "We have officers nearby," Carter reassured me calmly. "He won't get close enough to hurt you, I promise." But I no longer trusted promises. Thomas had proved repeatedly how easily he could slip through their fingers, and this time I couldn't shake the feeling that the end was near. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat awake in the darkness, staring at the locked motel room door. Hours passed painfully slow, each moment more agonizing than the last. Around midnight, the quiet was shattered by a sharp knock at my door. I froze, panic gripping my chest tightly. "It's Detective Carter," came a reassuring voice from outside. "We caught him." My breath caught in my throat as relief flooded over me. Cautiously, I opened the door to see Carter standing there, his expression weary but victorious. "Thomas Reed was arrested a block from here," he explained quietly. "We found him hiding in an alley. He had your photo, your motel room number, even your schedule. He's in custody now." Tears of relief burned my eyes. "Are you sure it's really over?" "Yes," Carter said firmly. He confessed immediately. "We have more than enough to ensure he won't bother you again. You're safe now." I spent the next several days feeling numb, barely able to believe the ordeal had finally ended. The police presence gradually diminished, and eventually I returned home to my apartment. Amber helped me settle back in, trying her best to make things feel normal again. But nothing felt the same. Even with Thomas behind bars, I still sensed his presence, a lingering shadow that refused to fade completely. Weeks passed, and gradually, life returned to something resembling normalcy. I started seeing a counselor, trying to work through the trauma of the last several weeks. It helped, slowly teaching me how to cope with the lingering fear, the nightmares, and the anxiety that still tightened my chest every night. Months later, Detective Carter called again. "Thomas was sentenced today," he said solemnly. 15 years without parole." "Good," I whispered, relief flooding me again. "Thank you for everything." "Take care of yourself," he said warmly. "You've been through enough." After the call, I stood in my living room, looking around at the apartment I'd almost abandoned. Amber arrived shortly after, bringing pizza and attempting a smile. "So, it's really over?" she asked cautiously. I nodded, finally able to say it aloud. "Yes, it's finally over." We ate together in comfortable silence, watching old movies and pretending life was normal again. By the time Amber left late that evening, I felt calmer than I had in months. Thomas was gone, locked away. It was time for me to reclaim my life. That night, I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, feeling safe for the first time in forever. Just as sleep finally began to claim me, my phone buzzed gently. I jumped, heart racing immediately, panic surging back into my chest. Trembling, I reached for the phone, seeing another unknown number. But as I opened the message, confusion replaced fear. It was from Thomas Reed, likely sent through someone else, one final message before his prison sentence truly began. "I'm sorry." I stared at those two words for a long time, feeling a strange mixture of relief, confusion, and sadness. Whatever had driven him to torment me had finally broken. He had accepted responsibility, even if it was too late to change anything. I deleted the message, blocking the number immediately. Thomas was finally gone from my life, not just physically but mentally too. He no longer held power over me. As the weeks became months, and eventually turned into years, my life moved forward. I changed jobs, moved into a safer neighborhood, and continued counseling. Gradually, the nightmares faded, the anxiety lessened, and normal life returned. I rarely thought of Thomas Reed, and when I did, it was without fear. He was part of my past, a painful chapter that had finally closed. But even now, years later, the lessons stayed with me: the importance of resilience, the fragility of safety, and the strength I discovered in myself. Thomas had intended to break me, but instead, he'd taught me how to survive. In the end, he had taken many things from me: my job, my sense of security, my sleep, but he'd never managed to take away my will to reclaim my life. And that, more than anything, was my victory. I don't believe in ghosts, never have. To be honest, I laugh at that kind of stuff. All those ridiculous ghost hunting shows, blurry photos, and people swearing their grandma's house is haunted just because the floor creaks at night. It's all just stories, nothing real. That's what I thought. But after what happened to me on the night shift, I don't know what to believe anymore. I wish I could go back to being that guy who laughed at this stuff, I really do. Because now, I can't even think about it without feeling sick. I used to work as an overnight security guard at Ridgeway Mall. Not a great job, not a bad one either. The pay was garbage, but it was easy. Just me, a chair, some monitors, and the same empty hallways night after night. The mall closed at 9 p.m., but we didn't officially lock the doors until 10. After that, it was just me and the cameras. It wasn't a big mall, just 2 floors, a food court, and maybe 30 stores total. A few clothing shops, a pharmacy, some overpriced shoe stores, nothing special. But it had been around since the 80s, and it felt old. Even during the day, it had this weird, quiet energy, the kind that made you check over your shoulder for no reason. At night, it was worse. Once the last janitor left, it was just me and the silence. I used to tell myself I liked it, that it was better than dealing with annoying customers or a boss breathing down my neck. I don't tell myself that anymore. The first time I saw her, I didn't think anything of it. It was a little past midnight. I was in the security office watching the camera feeds, half asleep like usual. Then, out of nowhere, movement. One of the screens flickered, camera 8. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. A woman was standing in the middle of a clothing store. She had long, dark hair and was wearing a bright red dress. The kind you'd notice, the kind that didn't belong in a mall after hours. I frowned, leaning closer to the monitor. It wasn't unheard of for someone to get locked inside after closing. Sometimes a kid would fall asleep in the movie theater, or some drunk idiot would hide in the bathroom. But something about her was off. She wasn't moving, just standing there. The security cameras didn't have sound, but even through the grainy footage, I could tell she was staring at something. I grabbed my radio. "Dispatch, this is Charlie. I've got a possible trespasser in Forever 21. Gonna check it out." No response. Typical. The only other guard on duty was probably asleep in his car. I sighed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed toward the store. It took me less than 5 minutes to get there. I stepped inside, sweeping the flashlight across the empty aisles. Nothing. No woman, no red dress. Just rows of mannequins and racks of clothes. I checked the fitting rooms, the stock room, everything. No sign of her. I walked back to the office, feeling weirdly on edge. When I checked the footage again, my stomach dropped. Because at the exact moment I had entered the store, she had walked out. She had left the store before I got there. And I had never seen her. I sat back in my chair, rubbing the back of my neck. Maybe the cameras were lagging. Maybe I had just missed her. That's what I told myself. I wish I had believed it. The next night, I saw her again. This time she was standing in the food court. Same red dress, same long dark hair. Just standing there. Not eating, not moving. Like she was waiting for something. I didn't bother calling it in. I just went straight there. And again nothing. No footprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. By the time I got back to the security office, my hands were shaking. I rewound the footage. This time, I caught something else. When I had left the security room to go check, she had turned her head, slowly, and looked directly at the camera. I slammed the laptop shut. This was a prank. Had to be. Someone was screwing with me. Maybe a coworker had hacked the system, or some punk kid had found a way to loop old footage. I wanted to believe that. But a small growing part of me knew better. For the next few nights, it kept happening. Every night, somewhere different. Sometimes in the pharmacy, sometimes near the escalators. Always alone. Always staring at something I couldn't see. I stopped checking in person. What was the point? She was never there. And the worst part, I started getting this feeling. Like she was getting closer. At first, she had been far away, in the big open spaces of the mall. But then I started seeing her just outside the security office, standing at the end of the hallway, standing at the top of the stairs, standing in the reflection of the glass doors just before I turned off the lights. It was like she was testing me, seeing how long it would take before I broke. I didn't tell anyone. Because honestly, what the hell would I even say? "Hey boss, There's a woman in a red dress who keeps showing up on the cameras but isn't really there. I'd be fired or laughed at. So I just kept watching and waiting and hoping it would stop. It didn't. One night, right before my shift ended, I was watching the cameras like usual. The mall was empty. The janitors had left. Then movement. Camera 12. I clicked on the feed, already knowing what I'd see. The woman in the red dress. Only this time, she wasn't in a store. She wasn't in the food court. She was in the hallway. The one that led directly to the security office. My stomach tightened. I watched as she took slow, deliberate steps. Closer and closer, until she was just outside the office door. I could feel my pulse in my throat. The screen flickered. She raised her hand, knuckles just inches from the door. Then the power went out. Everything went black. The screens, the lights, the emergency backups, all of it. I didn't even have time to react. I heard one thing, just before everything cut out completely. The slow, quiet creak of the security door. Opening. Then, nothing. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember reaching for my flashlight. All I remember is the dark. Thick, heavy, wrong. I couldn't see a damn thing. The security office was small, barely big enough for a desk, a chair, and the monitor station. But when the power went out, it suddenly felt huge. Like the walls had pulled back, like there was too much space around me. Too much room for someone else to be there. I gripped my flashlight, hands slick with sweat, and flicked it on. The weak beam cut through the darkness. I swept it across the office desk, chair, monitors, nothing out of place. Then I turned toward the door. It was open. A crack just wide enough to see into the hallway. I knew I had locked it. I always locked it. My stomach twisted. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to breathe. Hello? My own voice sounded wrong. Small, like it didn't belong in the air. Silence. Then, a sound. Soft, deliberate. Footsteps. Slow. Coming toward me. I felt every muscle in my body tighten. I flicked the flashlight toward the door. The beam caught nothing but empty space. But the footsteps kept coming. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her. Standing just outside the doorway, watching me, waiting. I gripped the radio at my belt, hands shaking, and pressed the call button. Dispatch, this is Charlie. I need. Static. I squeezed the button again. Dispatch, come in. The power's out. I need backup. Nothing. Just more static, like the signal had been swallowed. Like I was the only person left in the entire mall. I turned back toward the door and froze. The chair behind my desk was spinning. like someone had just been sitting in it and had stood up. A sharp wave of nausea hit me. I backed up, flashlight trembling in my grip. My foot hit something solid. I stopped breathing. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to see what was behind me. I turned anyway and saw nothing. The wall, the filing cabinet, nothing else. But the air felt thick, like something had just been there, like something was still there. I needed to get the hell out. I lunged for the door, grabbing the handle and yanking it open. I ran. The hallway was too quiet. I half expected alarms to be blaring, backup generators kicking on, but there was nothing. Just silence and darkness. My flashlight beam bobbed as I moved, my shoes slamming against the tile. I turned the first corner, then the next, heading for the emergency exit near the loading dock. It should have taken less than a minute, but the hallway felt longer, like I wasn't getting anywhere. Like no matter how fast I moved, I was still in the same place. Then up ahead, a shadow, a figure. I skidded to a stop. My breath caught in my throat. I lifted the flashlight, my fingers aching from how tight I was gripping it. She was standing there, the woman in the red dress. She wasn't moving, wasn't walking toward me. She was just waiting, like she knew I had to come this way, like she knew there was nowhere else to go. My chest tightened. The way she was standing, too still, too straight, too unnatural. Something was wrong with her. I took a slow, shaky step back. And then she took a step forward. I turned and ran. I don't know how long I ran. Maybe it was only seconds. Maybe it was longer. All I know is that when I turned another corner, I slammed into someone. A real person. A real, solid person. I stumbled back, my flashlight clattering to the floor. A hand grabbed my shoulder, keeping me upright. Jesus, Charlie, what the hell are you doing? I looked up. Brandon, one of the janitors. His brow was furrowed, confused. His mop was still in his other hand. My chest heaved. I couldn't get a word out. He frowned. Dude, you okay? I bent over, bracing my hands on my knees, trying to breathe. The hallway lights sputtered back on. A loud hum filled the air as the mall's power returned. I lifted my head slowly, blinking at the sudden brightness. Everything looked normal, like the power had never gone out. Like I hadn't just been running for my life. Brandon gave me a weird look. You look like you just saw a ghost. I let out a short, humorless laugh. I think I did. He smirked, shaking his head. Yeah, well, it's Ridgeway. Wouldn't surprise me. I forced a chuckle, but my hands were still shaking. I looked back down the hallway. Empty. No woman in a red dress. No one waiting in the shadows. Nothing. "Come on," Brandon said, clapping a hand on my back. "Let's get you some water. You look like you're about to pass out." I nodded, still too shaken to argue. As we walked back toward the main floor, I kept looking over my shoulder. Every empty hallway, every darkened store, every shadow. And the whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't outrun her, that she had let me go. For now, because she knew I'd be back tomorrow, and she'd be waiting. I never should have gone back. I should have quit the moment the lights went out, the moment I heard those footsteps, the moment I felt something standing in the room with me. But I convinced myself it wasn't real, that I had been tired, stressed, maybe even half asleep at my desk when it happened. That's the only way I could explain it. Because if I admitted it was real, then I had to admit something worse, that I wasn't alone in that mall at night. The next evening, I walked into the security office like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't blacked out in the food court. Like I hadn't felt someone breathe against my ear. I set my coffee down, logged into the system, and checked the cameras. I told myself this was just another night shift. Nothing weird was going to happen. And for the first few hours, I was right. Midnight came and went. I did my usual rounds, checked the exits, made sure all the stores were locked. No flickering cameras, no movement in the halls. For the first time in weeks, I started to think maybe, whatever it was over. Then 2:11 a.m. Camera 3 flickered. My stomach dropped. I stared at the screen, pulse hammering. The camera was facing the main entrance. And there, standing just outside the glass doors, was her. The woman in the red dress. She wasn't inside this time. She was outside, just standing there, facing the entrance, facing me. Waiting. The mall doors were locked. There was no way she could have gotten in. But as I watched, she moved. Not walking. Not turning. 1 second she was standing at the entrance. The next, she was closer, right against the glass. Her face was blurred by the glare of the lights, but I swear to God she was looking at me. A deep instinctual fear gripped me. Something in my brain screamed, "Leave, now." I grabbed my keys, my radio, my phone, everything I needed, and bolted from the office. I didn't look at the screens again. I didn't check the hallways. I ran straight to the staff exit near the loading docks. The second I hit the door, I shoved it open and stepped outside. Cold night air rushed over me. I turned, expecting, dreading to see her standing there. But there was nothing. No woman in red. No one outside the mall. I stood there, panting, trying to pull myself together. It wasn't real. It couldn't have been real. I fumbled for my phone, fingers shaking, and called my boss. It rang 5 times before he finally picked up. "Charlie?" He sounded groggy. "I quit," I said, my voice shaking. "I'm done. I don't care about the notice. I'm done. A pause. Then, instead of arguing, he sighed. Yeah, he muttered. I figured you might. My heart skipped. What? Another pause. Then softer. You're not the first one, you know. A chill ran through me. What do you mean? I whispered. 3 guys before you, all quit the same way. Middle of their shift, freaked out, never came back. I knew it had happened to you too, eventually. My skin prickled. You knew? He sighed. Look, Charlie, I don't know what you saw, and I don't want to know, but let me give you some advice. His voice was lower now, like he didn't want someone else to hear. Don't look for answers. Just be glad you got out. I didn't say anything. I was too scared to ask what he meant. I hung up without another word. Then I got in my car and drove away. And I never went back. That was 2 years ago. I don't work security anymore. I won't take night shifts. I won't work alone. I don't even go to malls after dark. Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't have left at all. It was the price that hooked me. $60 a night for a private guest house in a quiet little town. No way I was passing that up. I scrolled through the listing again as my GPS guided me up the winding mountain roads. The pictures showed a small but charming guest house tucked behind a larger home, surrounded by tall pines. The reviews were all glowing. Cozy, private, perfect for a weekend escape. Just what I needed. The past month had been a messwork stress, a breakup, and the constant feeling of burnout. I wanted somewhere quiet to clear my head, and this seemed like the perfect spot. I pulled into the gravel driveway just as the sun was setting. The main house was older, a rustic 2-story cabin with a wraparound porch. The guest house sat just behind it, smaller but well kept, with warm light glowing from the windows. Before I even turned off my engine, the host was already outside. Hey there, you must be Mia. A man in his 50s waved enthusiastically from the porch. He was tall and lanky, with a salt and pepper beard and a flannel shirt that looked like it had seen better days. His name was Ray, according to the listing. I gave a small wave back. Yep, that's me. He hurried down the steps and over to my car before I even had a chance to get out. A little too eager, but maybe he was just one of those overly friendly small-town types. Long drive? He asked, grinning as I stepped out. About 3 hours, I said, stretching my legs. Well, I'm real glad you made it, he said. Been looking forward to having a guest again. It's been a while. That struck me as odd. The listing had recent reviews, didn't it? But I didn't think much of it. Ray grabbed my suitcase before I could protest. Let me help you with that. Got the place all cleaned up for you, fresh sheets, stocked fridge, whole deal. Thanks, I said hesitantly. I followed him up the short path to the guest house. The porch light flickered slightly as he unlocked the door and pushed it open. Here we are, he said, stepping aside. The inside was cute, small but clean, with a couch, a little kitchenette, and a bedroom off to the side. It smelled faintly of pine and something else I couldn't quite place. Not bad, just unfamiliar. The bathroom's through there, Ray pointed. Got extra towels under the sink. If you need anything, I'm just next door. Great, thanks. He lingered in the doorway for a second too long, like he was waiting for something. I forced a polite smile. Well, I'm pretty tired from the drive, so... Oh, right, of course, he said quickly. I'll let you get settled. He stepped back onto the porch, but hesitated again. One last thing, he said. Cell service is spotty up here, but the landline in the kitchen works fine if you need it. And, just make sure you keep the doors locked at night. I frowned. Why? Ray chuckled. Oh, nothing to worry about. Just, small town. Better safe than sorry. With that, he gave a little wave and disappeared into the night. I shut the door and locked it. That first night was uneventful. I made myself a quick dinner, watched some Netflix on my laptop, and fell asleep fast. The next morning I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was streaming through the curtains, and birds chirped outside. I took my time getting ready, enjoying the rare feeling of having nowhere to be. After a late breakfast, I decided to take a walk around town. It was small, just a handful of shops, a gas station, and a diner. I grabbed a coffee and wandered around, chatting briefly with a few locals. When I mentioned where I was staying, though, I got some weird looks. Ray's place? The barista asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I said. The guest house behind his cabin. She hesitated. Didn't know he was still renting that out. What do you mean? She just shrugged. Thought he stopped after his wife passed. I didn't know what to say to that. The listing hadn't mentioned anything about his wife. Well, I said, forcing a smile, he seems nice enough. She just nodded slowly. I brushed it off. Small towns were always full of gossip. That night, things started feeling off. It was little things at first. When I went to brush my teeth, I noticed faint fingerprints on the bathroom mirror. I didn't remember touching it. My shampoo bottle felt lighter, like it had been used. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I had touched the mirror without thinking. Maybe I had used more shampoo than I realized. But then I saw the closet door. I knew I had closed it when I unpacked. I was sure of it. But now, it was open just a crack. I stood frozen for a few seconds, staring at the dark sliver of space beyond the door. Slowly, I reached out and pulled it open. Nothing, just my suitcase, exactly where I left it. I let out a breath and laughed a little at myself. You're being paranoid. Still, I double-checked the front door. Locked. I even slid a chair in front of it just to be sure. I went to bed, telling myself I was overthinking. At around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a sound. A faint click. I held my breath. The room was pitch dark, my ears strained, waiting. Click. It was coming from the kitchen. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. Then the floor creaked. I wasn't alone. I didn't move. My body was locked in place, every muscle tensed as I strained to listen. Click. Another sound, closer this time. It wasn't loud, but in the dead silence of the room, it felt deafening. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers fumbling. I pressed the side button. Nothing. The screen stayed black. Did my phone die? I swore I had charged it before bed. A shadow passed over the crack of light under the bedroom door. I sucked in a breath, my pulse hammering in my ears. Someone was in the guest house. For a split second, I thought about calling out. Maybe it was Ray checking in on something. But why the hell would he be in here at 2 in the morning? I gripped the blanket and slid out of bed as quietly as I could, pressing my feet to the cold floor. I moved slowly, inching toward the closet. If I needed to hide, that was my best bet. Then the kitchen floor creaked again. I swallowed hard. The door had been locked. I knew it had. I moved faster, slipping into the closet and pulling the door shut just as another soft click came from the other side of the bedroom door. The doorknob. Someone was testing it. I pressed myself against the back wall, breathing shallow. My fingers shook as I covered my mouth, trying not to make a sound. The door didn't open. Instead, there was a long pause. Then, slow, deliberate footsteps moving away. I stayed in the closet for what felt like hours, my heartbeat rattling in my skull. I couldn't hear anything anymore. Whoever was out there had gone silent. Or they were waiting. I needed to do something. Carefully, I reached for my phone again. Nothing. I cursed internally. I had no idea if the landline Ray mentioned actually worked, but it was my only option. I took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. Then I threw the closet door open and sprinted. I nearly tripped in the dark, fumbling through the bedroom and into the living area. My fingers found the light switch, and the room flooded with yellow light. The kitchen was empty. The front door was still locked. The chair I had pushed against it hadn't moved. I stood there, panting, my mind scrambling to make sense of it. Did I imagine the whole thing? The doorknob had moved. The floor had creaked. Someone had been here. But the door was still locked. I hesitated for only a second before snatching the landline off the counter and dialing 911. Nothing. Not even a dial tone. I slammed the phone down. My hands were shaking. I needed to get out of here. I grabbed my car keys from the table, bolted to the door, and yanked it open, only to find Ray standing on the porch. I stumbled back, a sharp yelp escaping my throat. "Whoa there," he said, hands raised. "Didn't mean to scare you." I pressed a hand to my chest, trying to slow my breathing. What are you doing here?" Ray furrowed his brow, heard a noise, thought I'd check in, make sure everything's all right. I stared at him. His face was calm, but something about his presence made my skin crawl. I glanced past him. His house was dark, no porch light, no movement. "How'd you hear anything from over there?" I asked, my voice hoarse. His lips twitched just for a second, then he shrugged. "Thin walls." My stomach turned. I gripped my keys tighter. Someone was in here. Ray blinked. What? I heard someone in here, I said, my voice rising. The door. Someone was trying to open my bedroom door. His expression didn't change. Door's locked though, ain't it? That's not the point, I snapped. I know what I heard. Ray exhaled slowly and rubbed the back of his neck. Mia, it's late. You sure you weren't dreaming? I clenched my jaw. I knew what I heard. But he was looking at me the way people look at someone who's overreacting. And in that moment, standing there barefoot in my pajamas, hands shaking, I realized how I looked. I swallowed hard. Ray sighed. Listen, I'll check around, but there ain't nobody out here but us. I didn't believe him, not for a second. But what was I supposed to do? Drive away in the middle of the night with nowhere to go? I exhaled sharply, forcing my voice to stay level. Fine. Ray studied me for a second, then nodded. Try to get some sleep, all right. I didn't respond. He stepped off the porch, disappearing into the dark. I shut the door and locked it again, then grabbed a chair from the kitchen and wedged it under the doorknob. Sleep was out of the question. Morning came slowly. I spent the night sitting on the couch, every sound making my nerves jump. By the time the sun crept through the windows, I had already packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care if I had another night booked. I'd drive home, sleep in my own bed, and pretend this nightmare never happened. I grabbed my phone, hoping maybe the battery had just been drained, but when I pressed the button, the screen stayed black. Dead. I knew I had charged it. I zipped my bag and slung it over my shoulder. The second I stepped outside, I felt something was wrong. Ray wasn't on his porch. His truck was still in the driveway, but the house was eerily still. I ignored the uneasy feeling in my gut and walked straight to my car, pressing the key fob. Nothing happened. I frowned and tried again. Still nothing. Panic clawed at my chest. I rushed forward and yanked the driver's side door open. When I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtered but didn't start. Number? No. I popped the hood and got out, pretending I had a clue what I was doing. Then I saw it. The battery cables had been cut. A cold wave of fear crashed over me. I stumbled back from the car, my breath quickening. A soft creak made me freeze. I turned slowly. Ray was standing on his porch watching me. He smiled. I didn't move. Ray stood on his porch, arms crossed, watching me. His smile was small, barely there, but something about it made my stomach twist. He knew my car wasn't starting. I forced myself to breathe, steadying my voice. My car won't start. Ray nodded slowly. That right? I swallowed hard. Yeah. Could be the cold, he said, or maybe something else. I clenched my hands into fists. Looks like the battery cables were cut. His expression didn't change. Didn't even flinch. My heart pounded. I can take a look for you, he finally said, stepping off the porch. I stepped back. No, I got it. His eyes flickered to my hand shaking, useless. You sure? I forced a nod. I'll call for help. I knew the landline didn't work, but I had to say something. Ray let out a small chuckle, shaking his head like I had just said something funny. Reception's pretty spotty out here, he said. Might take a while. I fought the urge to run. Instead, I forced a casual shrug, trying to keep my voice steady. Yeah, well, I'll figure it out. He watched me for a second longer, then nodded. All right then. Then, just like that, he turned and walked back inside his house. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, waiting to see if he'd come back out. He didn't. I exhaled shakily and rushed back inside the guest house, locking the door behind me. I had to get out of here. I paced the small living room, trying to think. My phone was dead. The landline was useless. My car wasn't going anywhere. I could run. But run where? The town was miles away, and the roads were surrounded by thick woods. If Ray wanted to find me, he would. I peeked through the blinds toward his house. No movement. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe he wanted me to feel scared, like some kind of sick game. Or maybe he wasn't working alone. The thought made my blood run cold. I had to check something. I grabbed my laptop from my bag and opened the Airbnb app. I clicked on the reservation to message someone about what was happening. But the listing was gone. I stared at the screen. No results found. That wasn't possible. I clicked back to my messages, scrolling through my past conversations with Ray. They were gone too. It was like the listing had never existed. My hands shook as I typed out a message to Airbnb support. My reservation disappeared. I think something is wrong. I hit send. An error popped up. No internet connection. I slammed the laptop shut, my pulse racing. This wasn't just paranoia. This wasn't me being dramatic. This was real. I forced myself to think. Ray didn't know about my laptop. He had no idea I had seen the listing disappear. As far as he knew, I was just another clueless guest. Maybe I could use that. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. If I wanted to get out of here alive, I had to act normal. I had to make him think I believed him. A few hours passed. I stayed inside, trying to keep myself from panicking. Around noon, there was a knock at the door. I jumped. Ray's voice came through the wood. Mia? I wiped my hands on my jeans, took a deep breath, and opened the door. He smiled. Thought you might be hungry. He held up a plate, eggs, toast, bacon, a normal, friendly gesture. I forced a smile. Thanks. He handed it to me. Figured you'd be staying a little longer, with your car and all. I nodded, keeping my face neutral. Yeah, I guess so. Good, he said. I don't get much company these days. I swallowed hard. I appreciate the hospitality. His smile widened. I shut the door and locked it again, my stomach churning. I wasn't touching the food. By the time the sun started setting, I had a plan. I was going to leave, even if it meant walking through the woods all night. I packed my bag as quietly as I could, stuffing everything inside. Then I waited for the lights in Ray's house to go out. Waited for him to think I was asleep. By midnight, the house was dark. I slung my bag over my shoulder, slipped on my shoes, and took one last breath. Then I unlatched the window and climbed out. The cold air hit me instantly. The gravel crunched beneath my shoes as I crouched low, creeping toward the tree line. I didn't look at Ray's house. Didn't even glance. I just moved. My heart pounded as I reached the edge of the woods. If I could make it far enough, I could find a road, a car, something. Then I heard it. A whistle. Long, slow, deliberate. My blood turned to ice. It was coming from the porch. I turned my head slowly, my breath caught in my throat. Ray was sitting in a rocking chair, watching me, rocking back and forth, smiling. "You weren't going to say goodbye," he called out. My whole body seized. Run. I turned and sprinted into the woods, branches whipping against my arms, my feet stumbling over roots. Behind me, I heard movement. He was following me. I ran faster, lungs burning, heart slamming against my ribs. The darkness was thick, but I didn't stop. Didn't look back. Then lights. Headlights. A car. I burst out of the trees onto the road, waving my arms frantically. The car screeched to a stop. A woman rolled down the window. "Jesus, are you okay?" I could barely breathe. "Please, please help me." Her eyes flicked past me. My stomach dropped. She saw something. I turned. Ray stood at the tree line, still smiling. The woman in the car hesitated. Her hands tightened on the wheel, eyes darting between me and Ray. "Who is that?" she asked. I was out of breath, shaking so badly I could barely speak. "Please just drive. Just get me out of here." Ray didn't move, didn't call out. He just stood there, half hidden in the darkness of the trees, smiling like this was all some kind of joke. The woman didn't need more convincing. She reached over, yanked the passenger door open. "Get in." I dove inside, slamming the door shut. She didn't waste a second. The tires skidded as she peeled away, the headlights swallowing up the dark road. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I pressed myself into the seat, my pulse still jackhammering in my ears. My brain struggled to catch up. I was safe, safer, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The woman kept glancing at me. "You okay?" I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. "Yeah, I think so." She didn't look convinced. "Where were you running from?" I took a breath, still rattled. I was staying at this Airbnb. That guy Ray, he was my host. Her fingers tightened on the wheel. "You were at Ray's place?" I blinked at her. "You know him?" She let out a sharp breath, shaking her head. Not personally, but everybody around here knows about him. I waited, my skin crawling. She kept her eyes on the road. His wife went missing a few years back, just disappeared. No body, no note, nothing. I gripped my seatbelt. Jesus. The cops looked into him, but there wasn't any evidence, no proof of foul play. She let out a humorless laugh. Small town, you know how it is. I didn't, but I was starting to understand. I wiped my damp palms against my jeans. The listing disappeared, I said. Like off the app, it was just gone. The woman frowned. You booked it online? Yeah. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, that place hasn't been listed for a long time. A chill crawled up my spine. I turned, staring out the window as the trees blurred past. I had no idea where I had been staying. She dropped me off at the police station. I stumbled inside, still shaking. It was late, the front desk mostly empty except for a tired-looking officer sipping coffee. I must have looked awful messy hair, torn clothes, wild eyes, because as soon as he saw me, he straightened. Miss, you okay? I gripped the counter, my breath still uneven. I need to report something. I told them everything. They listened, asked questions, took notes. I expected them to brush me off. I thought they'd look at me like I was crazy. But when I mentioned Ray, the room got colder. The officer exchanged a look with his partner. You said the listing disappeared? Yeah, I said, and I think, my throat tightened, I think someone was inside while I was sleeping. The officers didn't speak for a long moment. Then one of them sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. We'll send someone out. They let me stay at the station while they checked the property. I sat in one of those awful plastic chairs, my foot bouncing. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The sounds, the footsteps, that smile. A couple of hours passed before they came back. Ray was gone. His house was empty. The guest house was exactly as I had left it, except for one thing. In the closet, wedged behind the loose paneling, they found something. A camera. I felt sick. It had been watching me. The officers didn't say much after that. They asked me if I wanted to press charges, but for what? Trespassing? Disturbing the peace? The listing didn't exist. There were no records, no contract, nothing. As far as Airbnb was concerned, I had never even been there. And as for Ray, had vanished. I went home the next day. Didn't sleep, barely ate. I kept expecting to see that smile in my window, hear that slow, deliberate click of a doorknob turning in the dark. But the days passed and nothing happened. No word from the police. No sign of Ray. Eventually, I tried to move on. Tried to forget. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder, how many other people booked that Airbnb? And how many never left? I grew up near the desert, close enough that the barren landscape felt familiar to me from childhood. I'd spent plenty of days wandering the outskirts, but strangely enough, I'd never actually camped there. The desert always seemed too wild, too mysterious an endless space that could swallow someone whole. But eventually, curiosity outweighed caution, and a few years back, I agreed to go camping with some friends. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, Jacob, and Sarah. We'd grown up together, so camping trips weren't unusual, but this one felt different from the start. We picked a remote spot, miles from any marked trail, hidden between jagged rock formations and sparse shrubs. It was the kind of place where, if you weren't careful, you could lose your bearings quickly. The first thing I noticed as we set up our tents and gathered wood was how incredibly silent everything was. The usual background sounds of birds, insects, or even the wind rustling through the dry grass were completely absent. It felt as if we'd walked into a vacuum. Every sound we made seemed louder in contrast, amplified by the stillness around us. "This place feels weird," Sarah said quietly, glancing around as we sat by our small campfire later that evening. She rubbed her arms as if fighting off a chill, even though the desert air was still warm. "You're just creeped out because it's so quiet," Tyler laughed, nudging her gently. "It's peaceful. Enjoy it." I didn't say anything, but I agreed with Sarah. Something felt off. I'd spent plenty of nights outside, but never in such complete silence. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was just nerves or imagination. As night fell, we settled into our tents. I lay awake, staring at the thin fabric ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows beyond the firelight. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke suddenly sometime later, disoriented and unsure why. I lay still, listening carefully. Outside, the fire had burned low, casting faint, flickering shadows against my tent. Everything remained quiet, but something felt wrong. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken right next to my ear, I heard my name whispered softly from outside the tent. My heart skipped, and adrenaline surged through me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Maybe it was just one of my friends playing a prank. But the voice didn't sound like any of them. It was deeper, rougher, not entirely human. I strained to listen, hoping I'd imagined it. Then it whispered my name again, clearer this time and closer. "Come out," it urged gently, almost sweetly. "Come see." I stayed frozen, fear pinning me in place. This wasn't Tyler's playful voice or Jacob's familiar tone. It was something else, something wrong, trying to lure me outside. I thought about calling out to my friends, but my voice wouldn't cooperate. Fear had silenced me completely. Then I heard footsteps approaching, heavy, deliberate, crunching slowly across the dirt. With each step, the breathing grew louder, raspier, like something struggling to imitate human breath. It stopped directly outside my tent. Silence again, painful, terrifying silence. A slow scratching sound started, claws gently tracing across the thin fabric of the tent, barely enough pressure to be heard clearly. My body tightened in panic. I could feel the presence just inches away, separated only by fragile nylon. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there, rigid, staring into the dark, listening. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced by the soft, heavy footsteps moving away again, back into the darkness beyond the camp. But I knew it wasn't truly gone. It lingered, watching, waiting. When morning finally broke, bright sunlight flooded the campsite, driving away the shadows and making last night's events feel almost unreal. But one look at Sarah's pale face told me she'd heard something too. "You heard it, didn't you?" she whispered, pulling me aside from the others. Her voice trembled. "Yeah," I admitted quietly. "Someone whispering, footsteps, scratching my tent." Her eyes widened in fear. "Me too. I thought it was just me being paranoid." We didn't tell Tyler and Jacob, knowing they'd laugh it off as imagination or fear. Instead, we hurriedly packed up camp, not bothering to make breakfast or linger longer than necessary. None of us spoke much on the hike back to the car, each of us lost in our own uneasy thoughts. Days passed, then weeks, and I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all some strange dream born of too many stories and late-night conversations around campfires. Life slowly returned to normal, though I avoided the desert after dark, never quite feeling comfortable out there again. But one evening, after finishing a late shift at work, I returned home to find something that brought it all rushing back. Approaching my front door, I noticed footprints pressed firmly into the dirt near my porch, too large, strangely shaped, and clearly not human. The tracks were impossibly wide, the toes elongated and claw-like. I stared at them, fear coiling in my stomach. Glancing around nervously, I noticed more prints scattered across my yard, circling the house as if someone or something had been pacing outside, peering into windows, observing my home carefully. My mind flashed back to that night in the desert, to the whispering voice and the scratching claws. The realization hit me like ice-cold water. Whatever had stalked us at our campsite had followed me home. I quickly stepped inside, locking every door and window tightly. Alone in my living room, curtains drawn, I sat anxiously, listening to every sound, every creak, wondering if I'd hear that voice again, calling softly from outside, asking me to step into the dark. That night, sleep didn't come easier at all. Instead, I lay awake, wondering exactly what I'd encountered in the desert, and worse, what I'd unknowingly brought back with me. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal, it was something older, darker, something the desert had hidden deep within itself until I'd foolishly crossed its path. Now, I knew it was watching, waiting for me to step outside and answer its call again. For days after discovering the footprints outside my house, I couldn't focus on anything else. I checked around the property every morning, nervously scanning the dirt for fresh tracks. Sometimes I thought I saw movement from the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a bush or quickly ducking out of sight, but whenever I turned to look directly, nothing was there. The whole thing had started to feel like paranoia, but I knew better. Whatever had found me in the desert was real, and it had followed me home. Eventually, I told my friend Sarah about the footprints. She was the only one who'd understood how disturbing that night in the desert had truly been. "You have to show me," she insisted. "Maybe it's an animal or something explainable." "I wish," I replied quietly. But these aren't animal tracks. Not any I've ever seen. She came over later that afternoon, following me around the side of the house to where I'd last seen the prints. They'd faded slightly, worn down by wind and weather, but their size and shape were still clear enough. Sarah knelt beside one of them, running her finger lightly along the edge of the impression. "You're right," she whispered uneasily, glancing up at me. "These aren't normal." I nodded grimly, feeling strangely validated but no less scared. Whatever made these tracks came from out there, from the desert that night. I think it's been following me. Sarah stood up slowly, brushing dirt off her hands, eyes wary. "I read something online," she admitted hesitantly. "About creatures out in the desert, skinwalkers. People say they mimic voices, lure you away. They stalk, watch, follow people home." A chill shot down my spine. I'd heard stories growing up, legends whispered among locals, but I'd never truly believed any of it until now. "You think that's what's doing this?" I asked softly, voice tight with anxiety. She hesitated, unsure. "Maybe. All the signs fit. Whispering your name, the strange voice, footprints. It all matches the stories. If it is, you're not safe." "So, what do we do?" I asked nervously, hoping she'd have an answer. She sighed, looking toward the distant horizon where desert sands stretched endlessly outward. "I don't know. Some people say to confront it directly. Others warn never to go near it, to leave offerings or prayers for protection." Neither option felt reassuring, but confronting whatever had followed me seemed impossible. What would I even say? How do you face something that might not even be human? After Sarah left, I spent the evening researching everything I could find online about skinwalkers and local legends. Stories ranged widely: shadowy figures standing at the edges of campsites, mysterious whispers at night, creatures able to mimic voices of loved ones or animals, attempting to lure people into the dark. Most frightening was the repeated warning: once they notice you, they rarely leave you alone. That night, I slept with all the lights on, curtains tightly closed. Every sound outside made me jump, branches tapping the windows, wind brushing softly against the house. Eventually, exhausted from tension and fear, I slipped into uneasy dreams. I woke abruptly hours later, heart racing. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me awake. Then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound at the front door. I lay still, breathing shallowly, listening closely. The scratching continued softly, deliberate and rhythmic. It was the same sound I'd heard against my tent that night in the desert. Slowly, quietly, I got out of bed, moving toward the front door. My pulse thundered in my ears. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness outside. The porch light had gone out, leaving shadows pooled against the entryway. The scratching paused suddenly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. Then a whisper came through the doorlow, raspy, barely audible. "Let me in." My knees nearly buckled. The voice wasn't human. It sounded strained, wrong, like something struggling to imitate human speech. "I know you're awake," it continued gently, almost sweetly, the voice shifting now, becoming more familiar. "Please open the door. It's cold outside." My heart nearly stopped. The voice now was Sarah's, perfect down to the slight tremble when she felt uneasy. But Sarah wasn't here. She couldn't be. This wasn't her. "Please," the voice pleaded softly, heartbreakingly real. "I'm scared." "Go away," I whispered harshly, forcing myself to speak. "You're not her." Silence again. Then, laughter deep, guttural laughter that rattled through my bones. "Come outside," it growled suddenly, dropping any pretense of humanity. "Come and see." I stumbled backward, locking the door again even though I knew it was already secured. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone, desperate to call someone, but my hands shook so badly I struggled to dial a number. Finally, Sarah picked up, groggy and confused. "It's outside," I said breathlessly, my voice cracking. "It's pretending to be you. It wants me to open the door." "I'm coming," she replied instantly, her voice alert. "Don't move. Don't answer it. Don't even look outside." She hung up, and I sat alone in my living room, shivering despite the warm house, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes dragged by slowly, painfully. The scratching had stopped, but I knew it hadn't left. I could sense its presence, patiently waiting just beyond my door. Finally, headlights illuminated the room. Sarah was here. Relief washed over me, but quickly faded as I realized she'd have to cross the yard, passing whatever was out there. I rushed to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain just enough to see her stepping from her car, scanning nervously around the darkened property. Then, in the dim porch light, I saw a dishadowed figure standing at the corner of the house, half hidden by darkness. It watched Sarah intently, posture stiff and unnatural. She moved quickly toward the front door, oblivious to the thing standing just feet away. I flung the door open, grabbing her arm and pulling her inside. She turned quickly, confused. "What's wrong?" she asked urgently. "It was right there," I said, pointing desperately toward the spot where the figure had stood moments before. Now it was empty. Nothing but shadows remained. Sarah stared quietly into the darkness for a long moment, then closed the door carefully, locking it tightly. She turned to me, eyes wide and fearful. "You're right," she whispered. "We need help." Standing together in my small, brightly lit living room, we knew this wasn't just superstition or imagination. Something ancient and dangerous had found me, and now it knew exactly where I lived. Sarah and I spent that entire night awake, pacing restlessly through the living room, occasionally peering out the window into the darkness outside. Every time we looked, the yard was empty, quiet, still. It was almost as though the previous events had never happened, except we both knew better. It had all been very real, and something was still out there, watching. As dawn finally broke, spilling soft morning light through the curtains, our nerves eased just a bit. Daylight always had a comforting way of chasing away fears, even if only temporarily. We brewed coffee, sitting silently at the kitchen table, neither of us knowing exactly what to say. "What should we do?" I finally asked, breaking the heavy silence. "We can't keep living like this, afraid to step outside, afraid to sleep." Sarah hesitated, swirling her coffee thoughtfully. Maybe we need to talk to someone who understands the desert better than we do, she finally suggested. Someone who knows the history and legends. At the very least, they might give us advice on how to protect ourselves. I nodded. It made sense. Growing up nearby, we'd both heard enough stories to know that people often turned to respected elders or spiritual leaders whenever something strange occurred. We hadn't been particularly superstitious ourselves, but given recent events, neither of us dismissed the idea now. Sarah made a few phone calls, eventually finding someone, a respected Navajo elder named Thomas, who lived just outside of town. He'd grown up in this desert, spending his life teaching others about the land, its history, and its stories. After hearing a brief explanation, Thomas agreed to meet us later that day. The drive to Thomas's house was quiet, filled with anxious uncertainty. We eventually arrived at a modest home, set against the backdrop of vast desert and distant mountains. Thomas greeted us warmly at the door, tall man with gray hair and deep lines etched by years spent beneath harsh sunlight. He invited us inside, sitting calmly across from us at his small kitchen table. "Tell me exactly what happened," he said gently, eyes kind yet serious. We recounted the events carefully, sparing no detail: the whispering voice, the scratching, the footprints, and the figure outside my home. Thomas listened quietly, never interrupting, nodding thoughtfully as we spoke. When we finished, he took a slow breath, looking carefully between us. "I've heard similar stories," he began calmly. "The desert hides many things. Our people have long known there are places here where the line between the world we see and the one we don't is very thin. Sometimes things cross that line, things we can't easily understand." "You mean skinwalkers?" Sarah asked nervously, her voice quiet. Thomas paused, carefully choosing his words. "That's a name often used, yes, but it's complicated. The word is sometimes used too loosely by those who don't fully understand. But whatever you encountered sounds very real, and it clearly noticed you." I felt a chill move through me at his words. "What can we do?" I asked, trying to control my nerves. Thomas looked directly at me, his expression calm and reassuring. "First, you must respect the fact that it exists. Don't dismiss it as imagination. But don't give it power over you either. These things feed on fear, on uncertainty. You must reclaim your space, make it clear you're aware, but refuse to let it control your life." Sarah glanced nervously at me, clearly uncertain. "But how?" she asked quietly. Thomas stood slowly, motioning for us to follow him outside. Behind his home, he walked us to a small fire pit, carefully built and neatly maintained. "When you're back home tonight, light a fire outside, one that's visible, one you watch carefully. Sit together, stay calm, speak clearly. Tell it firmly that you're aware it's there, but it's not welcome. Do not speak in fear or anger, simply in strength." He picked up a small pouch from nearby, placing it gently in my hand. "Burn this sage while you speak. Let the smoke cleanse your space, your mind, and your spirit. Our ancestors have done this for generations. It helps." We thanked Thomas, leaving his home feeling hopeful yet anxious. Neither of us fully understood what we were dealing with, but at least we now had guidance, something tangible to do besides just being afraid. That evening we returned to my house, preparing carefully. We built a small fire in the backyard, following Thomas's instructions exactly. As darkness fell around us, the flames flickered warmly, the smell of burning sage drifting gently upward, calming our nerves slightly. We sat quietly for a long time, the fire crackling softly. Eventually, gathering my courage, I spoke aloud, clearly and steadily, addressing whatever presence might still be nearby. "I know you're here," I said calmly, firmly. "You've made yourself known, and we've noticed. But this is my homey life, and you're not welcome here anymore. I'm asking you to leave us alone." Sarah spoke next, her voice steady despite the fear we'd both felt. "We respect that you exist. We respect that this land has history we might not understand fully, but we ask that you respect us too. Please leave us alone now." We sat quietly afterward, listening closely to the silence around us. At first, nothing changed, but after several moments, we both felt something subtly shift. The air grew lighter, warmer somehow, as if a pressure had lifted. The rest of the night passed quietly, without incident. We eventually moved back inside, still cautious, but feeling safer than we had in days. In the days and weeks that followed, nothing strange happened. No more footprints appeared in the yard, no strange voices whispered outside the windows, and gradually, we both began to relax. Life slowly returned to normal, though we remained cautious, always aware that there was more to the desert than we could ever fully understand. Months later, I went back to see Thomas again. He smiled warmly as he greeted me at the door, asking how things had been. "It's better," I admitted honestly. "We haven't seen or heard anything else since we did what you said." Thomas nodded gently, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Good. These things are powerful, but so is the strength of your spirit. You learned something important, something our people have known for generations. Respect the land, respect what lives in it, but don't give your fear power over your life." I left his home that day feeling stronger, wiser, and far more respectful of the desert I'd always called home. I knew I'd never understand everything that lived beneath the stars out there, but I no longer feared it, not completely. Sarah and I continued camping over the years, always careful, always respectful. Occasionally, we'd think back to those nights when something we couldn't fully explain had come into our lives. We shared the story only with those who understood and respected it, always careful not to treat it lightly. And though I never forgot those strange events, I knew I'd gained something valuable, the ability to face what frightened me and reclaim my space, my home, and my life. The desert was no longer a place of fear. It had become a place of careful respect, quiet strength, and peaceful understanding.
I don't know where to start with this, but I can say for certain that I'll never live alone again. This happened about 6 months ago, and I still can't sleep without checking the vents in every room. I still can't walk into my apartment without scanning the ceiling, looking for any signs that something or someone has been there. Even now, just typing this out makes my hands shake. For context, I had just moved into my new apartment a few months before everything started. I'd gotten out of a long-term relationship and for the first time in years I wanted a space that was entirely my own. It was a small, one-bedroom unit in a decently nice neighborhood just outside of Seattle. Not a luxury apartment by any means, but cozy, the kind of place where you could hear your neighbors through the walls if they were being too loud, but otherwise it was quiet. That's what I liked about it. Just enough life around me to feel safe, but still peaceful enough to feel like home. I lived on the second floor, and because the building was older, the vents were huge. Not the tiny little slits you see in newer apartments, but the large metal grates, big enough that I could have easily stuck my whole arm inside. They weren't just in the ceiling either. There was one directly on the wall in my bedroom, another in the hallway, and one in the living room near the floor. I didn't think much of it at the time, other than how obnoxiously big they were. I should have thought more about them. It started with little things. I remember the first night I noticed it, because I was lying in bed, exhausted, half asleep, when I heard it. A soft, scratching sound. It wasn't loud, just barely audible over the hum of my ceiling fan. It wasn't even consistent, just a few small noises here and there coming from the vent on my bedroom wall. I remember thinking it was probably just the building settling, or maybe the wind hitting it at a weird angle. But then I heard it again, a faint shuffling. It was so soft that I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. I got up, turned on my bedside lamp, and stared at the vent for a while. It was pitch black behind the metal grate. No movement, no sound. After a few minutes, I shook it off and went back to sleep. The next morning, I forgot about it.
For the next few weeks, the noises became something I just got used to. I convinced myself it was mice, maybe even a rat. I knew the idea should have grossed me out, but I figured, what else could it be? The building was old. Maybe the vents were connected to the basement, and some rodents had made their way in. I even called my landlord about it, but she brushed me off, saying they had regular pest control inspections, and I was probably just hearing the pipes. Fine, whatever. It wasn't a big deal. At least not at first. Then, things started moving. It was subtle. Small things at first. A cup that I knew I had left on the counter would be in the sink. My keys wouldn't be where I swore I had put them. My blankets looked slightly rumpled when I got home, like someone had been sitting on my bed. Again, I told myself it was just me being absent-minded. Maybe I was adjusting to living alone for the first time. I'd always lived with someone before, so maybe I was just noticing things more. Then one night I woke up to my closet door open. I went back the next morning convinced I'd overreacted. Maybe it really was just a trick of the light. Maybe I'd let my nerves get the best of me. That's what I told myself as I unlocked my door, heart pounding in my chest. The apartment looked the same, nothing out of place. The vent in the living room was secure, no signs of anything being disturbed. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. Then finally I laughed, a nervous, shaky laugh. I had freaked out over nothing. But the feeling didn't go away. The air still felt off, stagnant, heavy, like someone had been breathing in it all night. I shook it off and went about my day, trying to ignore the irrational feeling that someone was watching me. That night I locked my bedroom door. I had never done that before, but something told me I needed to. I told myself it was just to help me sleep better. Around 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound. A long, slow creak. My closet door. I wasn't imagining it this time. I could hear it moving. I went back the next morning, convinced I'd overreacted. Maybe it really was just a trick of the light. Maybe I'd let my nerves get the best of me. That's what I told myself as I unlocked my door, heart pounding in my chest. The apartment looked the same, nothing out of place. The vent in the living room was secure, no signs of anything being disturbed. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. Then finally I laughed, a nervous, shaky laugh. I had freaked out over nothing. But the feeling didn't go away. The air still felt off, stagnant, heavy, like someone had been breathing in it all night. I shook it off and went about my day, trying to ignore the irrational feeling that someone was watching me. That night I locked my bedroom door. I had never done that before, but something told me I needed to. I told myself it was just to help me sleep better. Around 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound. A long, slow creak. My closet door. I wasn't imagining it this time. I could hear it moving. I lay frozen in bed, my body stiff with terror as I listened. My breath was shallow, barely daring to move. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself that maybe I had left a window open, that a draft had pushed it slightly. But my brain kept screaming, "You locked the windows. You locked everything." The door creaked again. This time it was louder, more deliberate. I had to look. Slowly, I turned my head toward the closet. The door was open. Not wide, just a few inches, but it had been closed when I went to bed. My stomach turned. My pulse pounded in my ears, and I gripped the sheets so tightly my fingers ached. I wanted to move, to run, but my body refused to cooperate. Then I heard it. A faint, barely audible shuffling sound, coming from inside the closet. It wasn't loud, just the softest movement, like fabric brushing against something. It could have been the building settling, I told myself. Could have been anything. But then, I heard something that made my blood turn to ice. Breathing. It was faint, slow, controlled, but it was there. Someone was in my closet, hiding, watching me. I nearly screamed, but I clamped my hand over my mouth just in time. I forced myself to stay quiet, my body shaking as I slowly reached for my phone on the nightstand. My fingers trembled as I tried to unlock it, my mind racing with 1,000 panicked thoughts. And then the breathing stopped. Silence. Complete and utter silence. Like whoever or whatever was inside had realized I was awake. I stopped moving, my thumb hovering over the emergency call button. I listened. Nothing. For a full minute, maybe two, I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I just listened. And then, from inside the closet, tap, tap, tap. I lost it. I shot up, bolting out of bed so fast that I nearly tripped over my own feet. I fumbled for the doorknob, yanking it open and sprinting down the hall. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I just ran straight out of my apartment, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for air, my fingers still clenched around my phone. I wasn't thinking anymore. I just dialed 911. I could barely get the words out. My voice shook so badly that the operator had to ask me to repeat myself 3 times before she understood me. Someone's in my apartment. The cops showed up fast. I guess my panic must have made them take me seriously this time, because 2 officers were already pulling into the lot within minutes. I stood there, shivering in the cold, my arms wrapped around myself as they went inside. I expected them to come back out within minutes, saying they'd found nothing, that I was imagining things. That's what I had prepared myself for. But they didn't. They were inside for a long time, longer than I expected. And when they finally came out, the look on the older officer's face made my stomach drop. "You said you live alone?" he asked. I nodded, my throat dry. He glanced at his partner before turning back to me. "We found something." I felt like I couldn't breathe. The officer hesitated, then gestured for me to follow. My legs felt like lead as I stepped forward, my entire body numb with fear. They led me back up to my apartment. The door was still open, the hallway light spilling into the darkness. I could barely bring myself to step inside. The younger officer pointed to the hallway vent. It was open. The screws had been completely removed, the grate pulled away. And next to it, sitting just outside the vent, was a small pile of objects. My missing house keys, a half-empty water bottle, a candy wrapper I didn't recognize. But the worst part? A t-shirt. A men's t-shirt. Worn, dirty, not mine. I felt sick. The officer's voice was low when he spoke again. "We checked the ducts. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to know. But he told me anyway. The vents are big enough for someone to crawl through. We found signs that someone's been living in there. I must have swayed because the younger officer reached out, steadying me. "Do you know anyone who might have access to your apartment?" the older cop asked. I shook my head. I had no idea who could have been inside. But deep down, something inside me already knew. Whoever it was, they'd been watching me, listening, living inside my walls. The cops didn't find him that night, but that meant one thing. He was still out there, somewhere, and I had no idea for when he was coming back.
I didn't go back inside that night. I couldn't. The police had searched every inch of my apartment, but their search had one major flaw: they didn't find him. And if they didn't find him, that meant he could be anywhere. I spent the night at my friend Megan's place. She was the only person I felt comfortable calling that late, though even as I stood in her doorway, shivering, my hands still shaking from adrenaline, I could tell she thought I was overreacting. "You're sure it wasn't just some squatter who got in once and left?" she asked, handing me a blanket. I barely even heard her. I was too busy checking the vents in her apartment, my paranoia now inescapable. "I'm not staying there," I muttered. Megan sighed. "Look, I get it. It's terrifying. But the cops didn't find anyone. Maybe he got scared and left when he realized you called them." I really did, but something in my gut told me she was wrong. Megan let me crash on her couch. I didn't sleep. Every single noise made my skin crawl. Every creak of the apartment above, every distant hum of the air vents kicking on. I flinched at everything. I couldn't stop thinking about the shirt. It had been dirty, crumpled, like it had been worn recently. That meant the person in my vents wasn't just hiding there. They were living there. How long? How long had they been inside my walls? Had they been there since I moved in? Since the day I brought my things inside and thought I was alone? Had they been watching me sleep? I could have thrown up just thinking about it. The next morning, I called my landlord. I didn't even let her talk before I launched into my story, my voice shaking as I demanded she change my locks. She sighed heavily, like I was being dramatic. "The police already checked and they didn't find anything. You said it yourself. There was someone in my vents. Then they're gone now, aren't they?" She refused to take me seriously. I don't know if she thought I was lying or just trying to get out of my lease, but by the end of the conversation it was clear she wasn't going to do a damn thing. That's when I knew. I had to get out of that apartment. I started looking for a new place that same day. I didn't care about breaking my lease. I didn't care about losing my security deposit. I just needed out. That night, I went back to my apartment for the first time since calling the police. Megan came with me honestly. I don't think I would have gone alone. Walking in felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy, like stepping into a place I didn't belong anymore. I had only come to grab my essentials clothes, toiletries, my work laptop. I wasn't planning to stay. I kept my movements quick, stuffing things into bags as fast as I could. I refused to look at the vents. Then Megan asked, "Did you leave that open?" I turned. She was staring at my bedroom closet. The door was open, only a few inches just like before. My stomach dropped. I had locked it before I left. I knew I had. My fingers clenched around the strap of my bag. "We're leaving." Megan looked at me, eyes widening. "Don't you want to check?" "Number." I grabbed my bags and practically shoved her out the door. I didn't even bother locking it behind me. I didn't care anymore. We got back to her place, and Megan finally stopped arguing with me. I think, for the first time, she actually believed me. I spent the next few days looking for a new apartment. I didn't go back, not even to pack more things. I just left. Then, 4 days later, I got a call from my landlord. "You're moving out?" she asked. "Yeah," I said flatly. She let out an annoyed sigh. "You could have at least told me instead of abandoning your unit." I didn't respond. She was quiet for a moment. Then her tone shifted. "Well, I'm glad you weren't there last night." My breath caught. "Why?" There was another pause. Then finally she spoke. "The downstairs neighbor called the cops. She heard noises coming from your apartment." My throat went dry. She said it sounded like someone moving around. I felt like I was going to be sick. "She thought maybe you had come back, but when the cops got there, they found the place empty." "What are you saying?" Another pause. "When they checked, the front door was locked," she said. "But the vent in your living room was open." I couldn't breathe. "They think whoever it was came back." I felt dizzy. My ears were ringing. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, "They also found something in your closet." Eyes. "What?" Another beat of silence. "A blanket and some empty water bottles." My pulse stopped, like someone had been sleeping there. I hung up the phone. I sat there, staring at the floor, my hands trembling so violently that my entire body shook with them. The reality of it hit me all at once. I never went back to that apartment, not even once. I didn't care about my furniture, my security deposit, or the things I left behind. Nothing was worth stepping foot in that place again, knowing what had been inside with me. At first, I tried to convince myself that moving away would fix things, that once I was in a new apartment, a new city, a new life, I'd feel safe again. But I didn't. I moved in with Megan for a while, trying to get my footing. She did her best to make me feel comfortable, but I could tell she was worried about me. I wasn't sleeping. I barely ate. Every night, I lay awake in the darkness, my ears tuned to the silence, my eyes locked on the air vent across the room. I knew it was empty. I had checked it 100 times. But that didn't stop me from imagining him in there, waiting, watching, breathing. I couldn't take it anymore. A week after I left the apartment for good, I went to the police station. I didn't know what I expected, I just wanted answers. I wanted to know if they had found him. The officer at the front desk recognized me immediately. I could tell by the way his face shifted, his polite expression faltering for just a second before he forced it back into place. "Ma'am," he said, clearing his throat, "you're the one, wow, from the apartment?" "Yes." My voice came out hoarse. I hadn't spoken much in days. He nodded and glanced at his computer, typing something in. I watched his eyes scan the screen. Then, slowly, he looked back up at me. "There was an investigation," he said carefully. "But the suspect hasn't been identified." I stared at him. "What do you mean?" He exhaled through his nose, clearly choosing his words. "We found evidence that someone had been living in the vents, but we have no leads on who they were." I felt a sickening wave of nausea. "So, he's still out there?" The officer hesitated. "We don't have any reason to believe he's still in the building. He could have been a transient someone, using the ventilation system to move between units. He may have left once he realized the police were involved." I wanted to believe that, but something inside me knew it wasn't that simple. Still, the conversation ended there. No suspect, no arrest, no closure. I went back to Megan's that night and sat in the dark for a long time, staring at the ceiling. My body wouldn't stop shaking. If they hadn't found him, if they hadn't identified him, that meant he was still out there. I tried to move on. I finally found a new Place A small studio in a newer building, with sealed air vents and no crawl spaces. The very first thing I did before signing the lease was inspect every wall, every corner, every possible hiding space. Still, the paranoia followed me. For months, I checked my closets every single night before bed. I lined the vents with furniture, even though I knew there was no space behind them for anyone to hide. I didn't sleep well, ever. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting my fear control me. But some fears aren't irrational. Some fears are born from reality. 6 months later, I got a call from a different police department. It was early, too early, the kind of call that immediately makes your stomach drop before you even answer. The voice on the other end was serious. "Is this my name?" I sat up in bed, gripping my phone. "Yes?" The next sentence made my blood run cold. "We have a man in custody. We believe he may be connected to your case." I sat there silent. My brain couldn't process what I had just heard. The officer continued, "Do you have time to come in for a statement?" I don't remember responding. I don't remember getting dressed. I just remember sitting in that cold, sterile interrogation room, shaking so badly that I could barely hold the cup of coffee they handed me. "We arrested him last night," the detective told me. "Caught him trying to break into an apartment across town." I swallowed hard. "He's been doing this for a while," the detective continued. "Moving from place to place, living inside buildings without being noticed." My voice came out in a whisper. "Who is he?" The detective slid a mugshot across the table. I forced myself to look. The man in the photo was young, mid-30s maybe, thin, almost sickly looking, with sunken eyes and messy, unkempt hair. Not a monster, not a deformed, shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Just a man. Oh, that made it worse. "He's been doing this for years," the detective said grimly. "We found evidence that he had been living in multiple apartments across the city, sometimes for months at a time." I felt my stomach lurch. "How did he get inside?" The detective's expression darkened. "Through the vents, just like in your case." I wanted to throw up. "He admitted to watching people," the detective continued. "He never interacted, never made contact, but he listened." I couldn't breathe. "He said he liked the feeling of being there, without them knowing." I shot up from my seat, my chair scraping against the floor. "I need to leave." The detective didn't stop me. He just nodded. "I understand. That was a year ago. He's in prison now. That should make me feel safe. It should make me feel like I can finally breathe again. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I still hear it. The soft scratching sound, the faint shuffling. Sometimes I wake up and feel like I'm being watched. Like there's something just out of sight, lurking in the shadows. I check the vents every night, even though I know I don't have to. Even though I know he's locked away. Because the truth is, I don't think I'll ever feel safe again. Not completely. Because for a long time, I had never been alone. I had just thought I was. And that's what haunts me the most.
I remember feeling lucky when I found the place. It wasn't huge, nothing fancy, just a simple two-bedroom house on a quiet street with neatly trimmed lawns. It looked normal, like something out of a catalog. That's exactly why I chose it. It felt safe, predictable, and a little boring. After living in the city for nearly 10 years, boring was exactly what I needed. The day I moved in, I unloaded boxes from my rented truck, waving politely at the neighbors as they peered curiously through their windows. A few came out to introduce themselves. First was Linda from across the street, a middle-aged woman with an overly eager smile. She brought cookies wrapped in cellophane. Behind her stood John and Carol, an older couple who greeted me warmly but stared a little too intently, asking questions that felt overly personal for a first meeting. "How long do you plan on staying?" Carol asked casually, glancing past me into the house. "Not sure yet," I replied. "Depends how the job goes." "Well," John chimed in, his eyes fixed on mine, "you'll find we're very welcoming here. Everyone watches out for each other." The phrase seemed harmless at the time, just neighborly kindness, so I thanked them politely and went back to unpacking. The first 2 weeks went smoothly enough. I spent most evenings arranging furniture, putting books on shelves, and occasionally watching the quiet street from my living room window. Everything was peaceful, exactly as I'd hoped. Yet even in those early days, there was something odd about my neighbors' constant presence. They were always outside, watering their lawns, sweeping porches, or just standing in their driveways. Whenever I looked out, someone always seemed to be looking back at me. One night, about 3 weeks after moving in, I returned from work late, exhausted and ready for bed. I noticed immediately that my front door wasn't closed completely. It sat slightly open, the latch catching but not fully engaged. My stomach tightened. I was sure I'd locked it when I left. I hesitated before pushing it open slowly. Inside, everything looked untouched. The television, laptop, and other valuables remained exactly where I'd left them. Still, something felt off. I checked each room carefully, but nothing had moved. Eventually, I convinced myself I must have simply forgotten to shut the door properly. The next morning, Linda came over with coffee and muffins. I hadn't invited her, but she seemed friendly enough, so I let her in. "I saw your door was open last night," she said casually, taking a seat at the kitchen table without waiting for an invitation. "We were worried about you." "We?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Oh, everyone," she replied lightly, sipping her coffee. "We all keep an eye out around here." I nodded slowly, unsure whether to feel grateful or uneasy. After Linda left, I made a point of double-checking all my doors and windows. Still, each time I glanced out the window, someone across the street or next door seemed to be watching. It was subtle, nothing obvious, but unmistakable once I noticed it. Over the next few days, things intensified slightly. I'd find random objects left at my doorstep, an old book, a freshly baked loaf of bread, once even a pair of gloves neatly folded by my welcome mat. Each gift had no note, no explanation. I knew they were from my neighbors, but nobody ever mentioned it. Then came the evening John and Carol invited me over for dinner. I didn't want to go, but it felt rude to decline. Inside their house, I was struck immediately by the thick curtains drawn tight over every window, shutting out any glimpse of the outside. The furniture was perfectly neat, not a single item out of place. Dinner conversation felt rehearsed. John and Carol asked about my family, my work, even my health habits. Every question was polite, yet strangely invasive, like they were building a profile rather than making small talk. "How's your sleep?" Carol asked at one point, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Fine, I guess," I said, uncomfortable. "Why?" "Oh, nothing," she replied quickly, exchanging a glance with John. "It's just, new surroundings can be unsettling. If you need anything to help you relax, just let us know." I left that evening feeling disturbed without understanding why. Back home, I triple-checked all doors and windows before trying to sleep. But rest didn't come easily, and when it did, my dreams were strange, filled with shadowy figures standing silently at the edge of my yard. The days that followed only deepened my sense of unease. I'd see neighbors gathering in driveways, whispering amongst themselves. Conversations seemed to stop abruptly whenever I walked past. They were always friendly, overly so, but their friendliness carried an edge, like forced politeness masking something else. One evening, a few days later, I was pulling into my driveway when I saw a police car parked outside Linda's house. Curious, I approached as an officer stood talking with her on the porch. "Everything all right?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. Linda smiled quickly. "Oh, it's nothing important, just routine." The officer glanced at me briefly, his face unreadable. "You're new here?" "Moved in a month ago," I replied, feeling suddenly defensive under his gaze. He nodded slowly, jotting something down. "Notice anything unusual lately?" I hesitated, glancing at Linda, whose smile felt tighter now, more forced. I thought about mentioning the open door, the strange gifts, the feeling of always being watched. But something held me back. Maybe it was the way Linda's smile seemed frozen, or how the officer studied me so carefully. "No," I finally lied. "Nothing unusual." "Good," the officer said, pocketing his notebook. "You take care now." He returned to his car, and Linda turned toward me. Her expression softened slightly, but her eyes remained wary. "Glad you're settling in," she said lightly before disappearing into her house. As I walked back home, the street felt unnaturally quiet. It was as if the neighbors had collectively withdrawn behind their curtains, leaving me alone under the pale glow of streetlights. I glanced at my front door, checking again that it was locked. Something had changed tonight. My unease was no longer vague or dismissible. I realized, as I stepped inside and bolted the door behind me, that this neighborhood wasn't what it seemed. My neighbors weren't just overly friendly. They were keeping secrets, secrets they were determined to hide. And I had no idea yet just how dangerous those secrets were. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual, still feeling uneasy about the night before. The encounter with the police officer had left me unsettled. I stood in my kitchen, sipping coffee, staring out the window toward the street. It was quiet, as always, perfectly calm, yet the silence felt heavier today, as though the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. As I stood there, I noticed Linda walking slowly along the sidewalk. She paused near my driveway, glancing toward my house, then quickly moved on when she saw me watching. It struck me again how strange it was that everyone here always seemed to be outside, yet nobody ever seemed to leave for work or errands. I'd never seen cars pull out of driveways or deliveries being made. It felt as though the neighborhood existed entirely within its own boundaries. I decided to go outside, partly to shake off my nerves, partly to see if things would feel more normal in the daylight. As soon as I stepped onto my front porch, John waved enthusiastically from across the street. He walked briskly toward me, his smile fixed and friendly. "Good morning," John called cheerfully. "Sleep all right?" "I did, thanks." I lied, trying to sound casual. "You?" "Oh, I always sleep well," he said, giving a short laugh. "Been here so long, I guess I'm just used to it." He paused, looking around as if to check if anyone else was watching, then stepped slightly closer, his voice lowered to an oddly conspiratorial tone. "You talked to the police last night," he said quietly, watching me carefully. "What did they say?" "Nothing really," I answered cautiously, unsure why he'd ask. "They were just checking in." "Good, good," John replied, but his eyes seemed relieved rather than interested. "They like to keep an eye on things here. It's part of what makes the neighborhood so safe." There was something about the way he emphasized safe that bothered me. Before I could respond, John stepped back, returning instantly to his friendly persona. "Anyway, I'll let you get on with your day," he said warmly. "Come by any time you want." He walked off, leaving me confused and more uncomfortable than before. I felt like I was missing something obvious, something everyone else in the neighborhood knew except me. Determined to clear my head, I drove into town later that day, stopping at a small diner near the main street. The waitress, a woman named Angie, brought coffee and took my order. As she poured a refill, she glanced curiously at me. "You're new around here, right?" she asked. "Haven't seen you before." "Yeah," I replied, grateful for normal conversation. "Moved into a house on Meadow Street a few weeks ago." She paused briefly, almost imperceptibly, before nodding. "That's a quiet neighborhood," she said, though her tone seemed to suggest something else. "Nice folks there." "Very friendly," I agreed, watching her expression carefully. Maybe a little too friendly. Angie glanced around nervously, then leaned slightly closer. "They're all a bit odd," she whispered carefully. "Don't get me wrong, they're polite and everything, just private. They don't talk much to outsiders, keep to themselves." I felt a chill run through me. "Have there been any problems out there before?" She shrugged slightly, looking hesitant to answer. "Nothing the cops ever found," she said finally. "Just rumors. People who lived there before usually left pretty quick." Before I could press for more details, another customer called for her attention. Angie gave me an apologetic glance and walked off, leaving me more concerned than ever. Back home that evening, I parked my car in the driveway, noticing immediately how quiet the street was again. Several neighbors stood on their porches or near their windows, clearly observing me. I quickly entered my house, locking the door behind me. As I set my keys down, I noticed a small envelope sitting on my coffee table. My heart skipped. It definitely wasn't mine. I had never seen it before. Cautiously, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a short, handwritten note. "You should join us. We look out for each other." No signature, no explanation. I stood frozen, staring at the note, feeling like the walls around me were closing in. My pulse quickened. Someone had been inside again, silently making their presence known. I immediately checked the doors and windows again, all still locked, but clearly locks meant nothing here. Panicked, I called the police, my voice shaky as I described finding the note and someone being in my house. They assured me they'd send an officer immediately. Within 15 minutes, the same officer from the night before arrived at my door, expression neutral as he entered. I showed him the note, explaining how it wasn't mine, that someone must have come inside. He glanced at the note briefly, then back at me. "You're certain it isn't yours?" he asked, sounding skeptical. Yes, I insisted, frustration creeping into my voice. Someone else wrote it. They got into my house. The officer walked slowly through each room, checking doors, windows, and locks. After a brief inspection, he returned, shaking his head slightly. "No signs of forced entry," he said calmly. "Are you sure you didn't leave a window unlocked?" I stared at him incredulously. "I'm positive. Someone got in here." He looked at me carefully, his expression unreadable. "Listen, maybe it's just some neighborhood prank. They're good folks around here, friendly types. Might just be messing with you, trying to welcome you." "You really believe that?" I asked, frustrated. The officer hesitated, clearly choosing his words carefully. "I'm just saying, I wouldn't read too much into it. Neighborhood like this, they're always watching out for each other. They're not criminals." His reassurance felt hollow, almost rehearsed. He handed me back the note. "Call us again if something serious happens," he said firmly, then left without another word. After he drove away, I stood alone in my living room, overwhelmed by paranoia. The neighbors were still outside, casually observing my house as the sun set. Their friendliness felt sinister now. Every smile, every wave seemed calculated. Was the police officer in on it too, protecting whatever secret they were hiding? That night, unable to sleep, I sat up listening to every creak, every sound from outside. Around midnight, my phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. "Hope you feel safe tonight." The message sent chills down my spine. I looked outside again. The street was dark, but I could feel eyes watching my window. This wasn't friendly neighborhood behavior. I was being monitored, toyed with, and clearly warned. As I sat awake in the darkness, my mind raced. Moving here had been a terrible mistake, but it was too late to just pack up and leave quietly. They were already too involved, too aware. Whatever they wanted, it wasn't my friendship or community spirit. It was something else entirely. And I realized with growing dread that my arrival in this quiet neighborhood had been no accident at all. The next morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. The night had dragged on endlessly, every creak of the house, every rustle outside making my heart race. When the sun finally rose, I stood at my kitchen window, staring blankly at the street. I knew the neighbors would be out there soon, smiling and waving as if nothing had happened. Around 8 o'clock, Linda appeared again, casually watering flowers near her mailbox. She glanced toward my window several times, clearly aware I was watching. I decided I'd had enough of the games, the silent threats, and the anonymous notes. If these people had something to say, I wanted them to say it directly. I stepped outside, forcing myself to look calm despite the anxiety gripping my chest. Linda smiled immediately, putting down her watering can and walking over to meet me halfway across the lawn. "Beautiful morning," she said lightly. "Did you sleep well?" Her casual small talk was infuriating, but I swallowed my irritation and kept my voice steady. "Someone left me a note last night," I said plainly, watching her carefully for any reaction. "Inside my house." Linda's face registered surprise, but just for a split second before it returned to a practiced calmness. A note? That's strange. What did it say? "You should join us," I quoted flatly. Something about looking out for each other. Linda's expression softened slightly. "Oh, that's nothing to worry about," she said reassuringly, but I could sense an edge beneath her calm tone. "Everyone here is very close. We like new neighbors to feel welcome." "Welcome enough to let yourselves into my house?" I asked sharply, unable to hide my anger now. I never gave anyone a key. How did someone get in? Linda's smile faded slightly, her eyes suddenly guarded. "Maybe you left a window unlocked," she suggested, repeating the exact phrase the police officer had used the previous night. "I'm sure nobody meant to upset you." I stared at her in disbelief, understanding now that I wouldn't get a straight answer. I nodded slowly, backing away. "Well, it stops now. If someone enters my house again, I'm calling the police, and I'll keep calling until they do something about it." Linda's eyes flashed briefly with something I couldn't identify, frustration maybe, or anger, but she quickly regained control. "No need for that," she said firmly, stepping back toward her own property. "I'll talk to the others. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding." As she walked away, I felt even more unsettled. Linda's reaction had been too controlled, too careful. I wasn't reassured. If anything, I was more certain now that the neighbors were hiding something serious. Unable to focus on anything else, I got into my car and drove back into town, heading straight for the police station. I needed answers, and I wasn't getting them from my neighbors or from the officer who dismissed my concerns. At the station, I asked to speak to someone about the break-in. A detective named Harris came out to meet me, an older man with sharp eyes and a direct manner. We sat down in a small office, and I explained everything carefully. The unlocked door, the note, the strange conversations with neighbors, and the texts I'd received. Detective Harris listened carefully, jotting notes occasionally. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and looked at me thoughtfully. "You're talking about the Meadow Street neighborhood, correct?" he asked. "Yes," I replied cautiously, sensing his hesitation. "Is something going on there?" He paused briefly, clearly deciding how much to share. "We've had a few reports from Meadow Street over the years," he said finally. "Mostly minor things, people feeling watched, strange visitors, notes like the one you described, but nothing we've been able to verify as criminal." "Minor?" I asked incredulously. "Someone broke into my house. They left threatening notes. That doesn't seem minor to me." Harris nodded slowly, sympathetic but cautious. "I understand your concern. Believe me, I do. But we've checked things out there multiple times. Never found any evidence of forced entry, stalking, or anything criminal." I felt desperation rising. "What about the neighbors themselves? Do you know anything about them?" He hesitated again, clearly choosing his words carefully. "They're unusual, maybe. Close-knit, don't talk much to outsiders, but they've lived there a long time. Good reputations, steady jobs. On paper, they're normal people." "But you don't think they're normal, do you?" I pressed him. "Off the record?" Harris sighed. glancing toward the door briefly before lowering his voice. "Off the record, something about Meadow Street has always felt off. Too quiet, too isolated. But we've never been able to prove anything. If you really feel unsafe, the best I can suggest is moving somewhere else." I left the station feeling more helpless than before. If even the police thought the best solution was simply leaving, I knew my situation was serious. But part of me refused to accept that option. I hadn't done anything wrong. Why should I be the one to leave? Back at home, I spent hours researching Meadow Street online, looking for any mention of past incidents. There wasn't much, just occasional vague mentions of residents leaving suddenly, selling their houses quickly without explanations. Nothing clearly criminal. But there was enough to convince me that my experience wasn't unique. I spent the evening reinforcing every lock, double-checking every window. As darkness settled, I felt increasingly isolated. Outside, the neighbors moved quietly in and out of their houses, curtains always drawn, lights dimmed. They appeared so normal yet felt impossibly sinister. Just after midnight, as I was about to head to bed, my phone buzzed again. My heart raced as I saw another unknown number. The message was short. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." I stared at the screen, dread settling deep into my stomach. Before I could even process it, there was a sharp knock on my door. My body went cold. Slowly, I approached the door, peering cautiously through the peephole. It was John, standing casually on my porch, smiling politely as if it was perfectly normal to knock at midnight. I considered ignoring him, but something made me open the door just slightly. "It's late," I said firmly, leaving the chain latched. John smiled apologetically. "I know, and I'm sorry. But we saw you went to the police again today. We really want to help you understand." "Understand what?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "We protect our own here. You're new, so you don't realize it yet, but you're already part of our community. You belong here." His words felt rehearsed, deliberate. I shook my head. "I don't want to be part of whatever you're doing. Leave me alone." John's eyes hardened slightly, his friendly expression faltering. "It's too late for that," he said softly. "You're involved now, whether you like it or not." He stepped back slowly, turning and disappearing into the darkness. I closed the door, trembling. John's words echoed in my head, unsettling and final. This was no longer just neighbors being intrusive or overly friendly. They were involved in something serious, something secretive, and now they expected me to join them. I realized, standing alone in my locked house, that whatever I'd stumbled into wasn't going to stop. They were determined to draw me in, one way or another. I had to find out exactly what was happening here before it was too late. The next morning, I didn't even pretend things were normal. Sleep had been impossible after John's visit, and when daylight finally crept in, I felt exhausted and on edge. I paced around the house for an hour, replaying his words in my mind. The calm certainty in his voice, the quiet threat behind his polite smile. It felt as if the walls of my house had closed in overnight. I showered quickly, dressed, and stepped out onto the porch, My eyes immediately scanned the street. It seemed quiet enough, though Linda's curtains shifted slightly, revealing that someone was watching from across the street. A chill ran down my spine, but I pretended not to notice and headed straight to my car. Driving away felt momentarily freeing, and I headed back into town. My first stop was a hardware store, where I bought new locks and security cameras. I knew it might not solve everything, but it felt better to be doing something proactive rather than just waiting for the next incident. Afterward, I decided to return to the diner, hoping Angie might be working. She had seemed uneasy about the neighborhood before. Maybe she knew more than she'd been willing to share the last time. When I entered, the diner was mostly empty. Angie saw me immediately, and something about her expression made it clear she wasn't surprised I'd returned. She gestured discreetly toward a booth near the back, away from other patrons. "You look worse than before," she said quietly, pouring coffee without asking. "Things gotten bad?" I nodded, relieved to speak openly. "My neighbors keep letting themselves into my house. They leave notes, send texts. The police don't seem to take it seriously. I don't know what to do." Angie frowned, leaning closer. "I didn't want to scare you before, but you're not the first to deal with this. Meadow Street has had a reputation for years. Good people move in, then they suddenly change. Some move out quietly without explanation. Others just become different." "Different how?" I asked carefully, the unease tightening in my chest. She glanced around nervously, lowering her voice further. "Like them, quiet, secretive, distant, like they're in on something nobody else can understand. And when outsiders don't cooperate or start asking questions, things happen." My heartbeat quickened. "What kind of things?" Angie hesitated, clearly reluctant to say more. "There was a woman named Anna about 3 years ago," she finally admitted. "Moved in alone, same as you. Seemed nice. Then she started telling people about neighbors sneaking in, strange conversations, feeling threatened. The cops checked it out but didn't find anything." "Then what?" I pressed urgently. She looked away, troubled. "One day, she just packed her things and left, didn't say goodbye. Left furniture behind, mail piling up. Nobody knows exactly what happened. She just disappeared. Police said she moved away, but she never called anyone, never forwarded mail." Angie paused, shaking her head slowly. "They protect each other, whatever they're doing there. The police probably know more than they admit. I've heard rumors some of the cops even have family living in that neighborhood." I sat quietly, absorbing the implications. If the police were involved or protecting the neighbors, where could I possibly turn? "Listen," Angie said suddenly, her tone firm. "If things get worse, you need to leave. Don't tell anyone you're going. Don't announce it, just get out. Trust me." I nodded slowly, her seriousness driving the urgency deeper. "Thanks," I said softly. "I'll keep it in mind." Leaving the diner, my anxiety had grown sharper, more focused. I was trapped in something darker than I'd ever imagined. But before considering Angie's advice to flee, I needed evidence, something concrete to show the police, or maybe even someone outside the town altogether. Back at home, I installed the new locks and cameras carefully, placing them around the front and back doors, and one in the hallway facing the main entrance. I tested each carefully, reassured slightly by the blinking red lights indicating they were recording. Yet the comfort was fleeting. Would this even deter my neighbors, or just make them more cautious? As darkness approached again, anxiety built in my chest. I paced around the living room, the new locks and cameras feeling insufficient. Outside, the neighborhood was silent, yet I sensed eyes watching behind thick curtains, patiently waiting. Hours passed slowly until just after 11 o'clock, when my phone lit up. Another unknown number, another message. "You're only hurting yourself. Stop fighting us." My blood ran cold. Almost immediately afterward, the motion sensor lights near the back door flashed on. I froze, heart pounding. Quickly pulling up the camera feed on my phone, I watched in horror as a shadowy figure calmly tested the lock at my back door. The camera captured the person clearly. It was John, his face calm, as if he felt perfectly safe entering my property uninvited. I grabbed my phone, dialing the police immediately. This time a different officer answered, sounding bored. "Someone's trying to break into my house right now," I said urgently. "I have them on camera. Please hurry." "We'll send someone out," the officer replied flatly. "Stay inside." I stood frozen, watching the video feed as John glanced up at the camera. His eyes were steady, calm, completely unafraid. He smiled slightly, then stepped backward slowly, disappearing into the darkness behind the house. Minutes passed anxiously until headlights finally flashed across my living room window. 2 officers knocked at the door, and I quickly let them in, showing them the recorded footage. "That's John from across the street," I said angrily. "He tried to get in." The officers exchanged a glance, one sighing slightly as he studied the video. "Look, it doesn't show him forcing entry," he explained patiently. "He's just checking the door handle. Without forced entry or threats, there isn't much we can do." My frustration exploded. "What are you talking about? He was trespassing. He's been harassing me for days. He left threatening notes. How is this not serious?" The second officer spoke calmly, but firmly. "We understand you're upset, but legally, this footage alone isn't enough. Have you considered that maybe you misinterpreted his actions?" I stared at him, incredulous. Misinterpreted? He was checking to see if my door was unlocked in the middle of the night. The officers exchanged another look, clearly unwilling to do more. "We'll speak to John," the first officer offered finally. "But unless there's clear evidence of criminal activity, our hands are tied." After they left, I slumped against the wall, despair flooding over me. The police wouldn't help. My neighbors were fearless and determined. Angie's advice echoed in my mind. Maybe leaving quietly was my only option. But just as the thought took hold, my phone buzzed again. Another message, this one brief but chilling. "Leaving won't solve anything. We're everywhere." Fear surged through me again. They knew exactly what I was thinking, as if they'd heard every conversation I'd had today. I scanned the room desperately, paranoia gripping my thoughts. Were they watching even now? The realization sank heavily into my chest. I couldn't leave easily, not if they were already aware of my intentions. I was trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by people who seemed to control every aspect of this neighborhood and possibly even beyond. I sat awake all night, uncertain of my next move, but sure of one thing: I was being watched, controlled, and manipulated by people who weren't just neighbors. They were a community, a secretive group determined to keep their lives hidden, and they would do anything to ensure I became one of them. Or disappeared, just like the others. I spent the next day feeling trapped inside my own home. The sunlight that streamed through the windows felt wrong somehow, as if even daylight belonged to them. I moved quietly through the house, barely making noise, drawn to each window every few minutes to look out at the street. No matter when I checked, someone was always watching. Curtains twitched slightly as I passed by. Neighbors appeared on their porches, pretending to busy themselves with meaningless tasks, all the while casting quick glances toward my house. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion overtook paranoia. I was mentally drained from endless worry and physically weak from lack of sleep. I knew I had to make a decision: soon stay and keep fighting, or risk trying to leave despite their warning. The more I thought about it, the more leaving seemed the only real option left. Staying here meant constantly watching my back, questioning every noise, wondering which neighbor would be waiting for me outside. I quietly started packing essential items into a small duffel bag, trying to appear casual if anyone were watching. I chose clothes, important papers, cash just enough to get away quickly. My heart was pounding the entire time, fear rising as I remembered the last text I'd received. Were they watching me pack? Did they already know my intentions? When dusk began to settle, I stood near the window one last time, scanning the street carefully. The neighbors were all inside now, lights on behind thick curtains. Taking a deep breath, I moved quickly to the back door, gripping my bag tightly. I planned to exit through the rear of the property, slipping quietly past the houses behind mine, hoping to avoid detection. Stepping outside, the cool evening air sent chills down my spine. It was silent now, too silent. Even insects seemed absent from the backyard. I moved quietly toward the rear fence, glancing constantly over my shoulder. When I reached the gate, my hand shook as I lifted the latch. But the moment I pushed the gate open, headlights suddenly flooded the yard, blinding me. A vehicle had quietly parked behind my house, blocking my intended escape. My stomach dropped as John stepped out of the driver's side, walking slowly toward me. Carol sat calmly in the passenger seat, watching. "Going somewhere?" John asked calmly, stopping a few feet away, his tone casual as if we'd just run into each other at the grocery store. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite trying to sound angry. "Why can't you just leave me alone?" He smiled almost sadly. "We told you. You're part of us now. You can't just walk away." "Part of what?" I shouted, fear making my voice louder. "I never agreed to anything. I don't even know what you people are doing here." "You're asking the wrong questions," John said quietly, stepping closer. "The only thing you need to know is we look after our own. It's safer for everyone." I glanced around desperately, realizing now that my neighbors had quietly appeared, standing silently in their backyards, forming an almost invisible circle around us. They watched without expression, unmoving, waiting for something. "I'm not going with you," I said firmly, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Whatever this is, I don't want any part of it." "You already are," Carol said gently from the car, her voice soft but authoritative. "Once you're here, you're with us. No one just leaves." John stepped closer, his expression turning stern. "We hoped you'd understand, that you'd come around willingly. You're making this harder than it needs to be." Fear surged through me, adrenaline pumping through my veins. Without thinking clearly, I bolted sideways, sprinting toward the other side of the yard. John reacted instantly, calling my name sharply, but I didn't look back. I ran desperately, leaping over a low hedge, pushing past branches that tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled onto the next street, gasping, and kept running. I didn't stop until I reached the main road leading out of the neighborhood. My lungs burned, legs trembling, but I forced myself onward. Reaching the edge of town, I finally slowed, catching my breath, feeling slightly safer on this more public, well-lit street. Unsure where else to go, I decided to head back to the diner, hoping Angie was still there. It felt like my only safe option now. When I pushed through the diner's door, she looked up immediately, surprise and concern on her face. "You okay?" she asked, hurrying toward me. "What happened?" "They blocked me from leaving," I said breathlessly, looking around nervously. I tried to escape out the back, but John and Carol stopped me. "Everyone in that neighborhood is watching me. They said I can't leave." Angie's eyes widened with real fear. "Come with me," she said quickly, leading me into the kitchen area where we could speak privately. "Listen, this isn't something you can fight alone. They have connections all over this town, police, businesses, even city officials. That's why nothing ever changes. Anyone who speaks up gets intimidated into silence or disappears." "How is this even possible?" I asked desperately. "Why hasn't anyone ever done something about it?" "They have," Angie said firmly. "People try, but it's always the same. If you start trouble, they push you out, or worse. You have to leave town tonight. Don't stop. Don't talk to anyone. Just drive somewhere far away and start over." My hands shook as reality sank in. "You really think they'd follow me?" "Yes," Angie said quietly, her voice firm. "You can't underestimate these people. They'll do anything to protect their secrets." Angie quickly scribbled directions onto a napkin. "Follow this route. It's a back road out of town through the old logging trails. It won't be easy, but they won't expect it." I took the directions, thanked Angie sincerely, and quickly left through the diner's back entrance. Minutes later, I was behind the wheel, driving cautiously toward the route Angie had given me. The road turned to gravel and then narrowed, becoming barely a trail through dense trees. Darkness closed around me, headlights cutting weakly through the shadows. Every sound, every branch that brushed the side of my car startled me, but I kept going. If Angie was right, this was my best chance. After an hour driving through darkness, I emerged onto another paved road I didn't recognize, miles away from town. Relief washed over me momentarily, though paranoia still gripped me tightly. I stopped briefly to check the map. Just as I opened it, headlights appeared behind me, approaching quickly. Panic shot through me again. I sped up, praying it wasn't them, hoping it was just another car. But the lights closed the distance rapidly, forcing me to accelerate dangerously on the unfamiliar road. As I navigated a tight curve, my car hit gravel and began sliding uncontrollably. The next moments felt surreal. I heard the crunch of metal and breaking glass as the car slid off the shoulder, hitting a tree with sudden force. Everything went black briefly, disorienting me as I fought to remain conscious. Moments later, blurry shapes appeared in my vision, figures walking slowly toward my wrecked car. My heart sank as John's familiar voice reached my ears. "We told you," he said quietly, approaching slowly. "You can't run from us." As I struggled to remain conscious, he opened the car door calmly, his face showing no emotion. I felt hands carefully pulling me from the wreckage. My vision blurred further, and the last thing I saw clearly were neighbors' faces, quietly surrounding me, expressionless, silent, as darkness finally overtook me. When I opened my eyes again, everything felt blurry, my head throbbing with pain. The room slowly came into focus. I was lying on a bed, surrounded by plain walls painted in a neutral shade of beige. I tried to sit up, but sharp pain surged through my side, forcing me back down. My memory came rushing back. The chase, the accident, John and the neighbors standing silently around me. I glanced around, panic gripping my chest. Sunlight filtered weakly through closed blinds, giving little indication of where I was or how much time had passed. Carefully, I pushed myself upright again, ignoring the pain, and swung my legs over the side of the bed. My ribs felt bruised, my muscles stiff. I moved toward the door, half expecting it to be locked. To my surprise, the handle turned easily, revealing a quiet, dimly lit hallway beyond. As I stepped out cautiously, voices drifted toward me from downstairs. They sounded calm, conversational, ordinary. It felt surreal. I moved quietly to the staircase, gripping the railing to steady myself, listening closely as the conversation became clearer. "He'll understand eventually," a voice said softly. I recognized it immediately, Linda's gentle tone. "He needs time," John replied. "They always do, but eventually they all see it's for the best."